Known as the movie capital of the world, bringing films to audiences that provide entertainment and at times thought-provoking drama, Hollywood recently hosted a different kind of media through a unique forum broadcast live worldwide on Supreme Master Television on Saturday, July 26, 2008. The Climate Change International Conference was held at the Pacific Design Center in West Hollywood, California, USA. Organized by the Supreme Master Ching International Association, it was a conference that brought together green Hollywood celebrities and notable speakers. Co-hosted by Emmy Award-winning television journalist and vegan Jane Velez Mitchell, the event was informative and the subject matter highly relevant. 3 panels were conducted, each with a different theme: the urgent scientific facts of the climate crisis, its spiritual perspectives, and the transformational role of the media. Invited as a special guest speaker, Supreme Master Ching Hai graciously attended via live video conference to answer questions from the panelists as well as the audience. We now invite you to join us for the rebroadcast of the Climate Change International Conference.
Welcome everyone from the heart of Hollywood, California. I want to welcome you to this historic live broadcast. We're talking SOS climate change. I'm investigative journalist Jane Velez Mitchell, and this is truly a first. Right now, this program is going into millions of households worldwide on 14 television satellite platforms as well as on the internet. This is a special broadcast from Supreme Master Television. Let's hear it for this effort. Are we going to change the world? Are we going to get people to start eating their fruits and vegetables and stop eating so many hamburgers? We are, that's for sure. Through this global event, the world is coming together to take immediate action on runaway climate change and the food crisis. Together, we can do something to avert a real catastrophe in the making right now. From Iceland to the Bahamas, from the Amazon to Stonehenge, the world is watching, and what do we want? We want action, don't we? Yeah. Action! All right, we're going to change the world today. Let's begin with a prayer. It is my pleasure to introduce Janelle Romero, the founder of Red Nation Television, to lead us in a Native American Lakota prayer for, who else? Mother Earth. Woo!
I stand before you on the shoulders of my ancestors, the bloodline of Geronimo. We received a call this morning from the Hopi asking us all to listen carefully as this is an important day. My Indian name is Oyate Wianka Powin. People see this woman. It was given to me by Chief Leonard Crodog from the Lakota Nation. I'm going to open with a prayer song. It's the Thunder Bean song from our Lakota people. It's a very ancient song, and it's very auspicious to have this song for this day because it will bring the water that we desperately need, the Maniwaka, the sacred water. There's only one earth, one sky, one sun, one moon, one water, one you and one me, and we're all here together. Ahomatakiyase.
We all
I prayed for peace and health to all of you. Mahomatakyase.
Whoa. What a beautiful prayer. And I also prayed for all the animals trapped on factory farms across the world as we pray for our fellow human beings. Now, we have a passionate message sent all the way from Delhi, India, from one of the world's leading experts on the environment. A former director of the UN Environment Program, Dr. Ashok Khosla, was awarded what is considered the Nobel Prize of the environmental world and is president of the prestigious Club of Rome. He now offers an effective solution to global warming.
Hi, I'm Ashok Khosla, and I bring greetings to you all the way from Development Alternatives in New Delhi, India. My greetings particularly to those among you who have dedicated yourselves to making the world a better place for all. Climate change is one of the biggest threats faced by humankind since the beginning of history. And so is the massive extinction of species that is going on right now, and the disappearance of our forests and fish stocks, and the depletion of our energy and mineral resources. In fact, over the past few months, the biggest issues have been the prices of oil for our cars and food for our stomachs. Things seem to be coming all of a sudden to a head. Our past actions and behavior may already be catching up with us. Your meeting today is about the role of meat in our diets and its impact on the world around us. Let me begin by admitting a bias. I have been a vegetarian for a very long time. In fact, all my life, I was born a vegetarian. This was an individual, personal decision, not imposed by religious, family, or other obligations. And until recently, I've never felt the need to preach or proselytize vegetarianism to others. But now, I'm beginning to wonder whether that is right or fair to my fellow humans. You see, eating meat has become very dangerous. It can even kill. It can kill other people, for example, by taking away the resources needed to produce food for them. More than half of US farmland is devoted to beef production. You know, it takes 1 acre to produce 250 pounds of beef. That same acre can produce 40,000 pounds of potatoes, 160 times as much. Meat can kill you. The risk of various types of cancer increases by 3 to 4 times for people who eat meat. If an American has a heart attack, the risk of death is something like 50% for an average person. The risk comes down to 15% if he eats no meat. And it comes down to some 4% if he eats no meat, dairy, or eggs. And meat can kill all of us, our planet, and all life on it. As you all know, the cause of global warming is greenhouse effects from greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide mainly, and methane emissions from fossil fuels. And these are increased greatly in the production of meat. 3 times more fossil fuels are needed to produce meat-centered diets than a meat-free diet. Livestock production uses more than half of all the water used for all purposes in the US. In fact, producing 1 cow needs enough water to float a small ship. It would take 260 years to use up the world's oil resources if people gave up eating meat today. It would take 13 years to exhaust the same world's known oil reserves if every human being started eating meat in the same manner as the US today. This is not a minor issue. Vegetarians can be as healthy and strong as meat eaters. There are well-known sports persons who have done extremely well on vegetarian diets. In fact, David Scott, who was 6 times Ironman triathlon winner, is a vegetarian. And I am still here after 68 years of eating no meat. All in all, I can strongly recommend a meat-free diet. The less demand there is for meat and dairy, the fewer the animals we will produce, the less the greenhouse gases we will emit, global warming and climate change will come down, and it is now up to each one of us to take responsibility for our future. Thank you. Have a very good meal.
Very well put. Meat kills, especially the animal who is killed for the meat. That's why we like to say peace begins on your plate. So all of you out there who say you're peaceful and you want world peace, start it right on your plate. You know, this movement is really being embraced by Hollywood. A lot of Hollywood celebrities have gone vegan, and some of them are in this room right now. And now we would like to introduce the mayor of West Hollywood, Jeffrey Prang.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here this afternoon. I'm Jeffrey Prang. I'm the mayor of West Hollywood, and proud to say that I'm a progressive mayor of one of the nation's most progressive cities. We're really proud to be able to play host to today's conference. West Hollywood has been a leader on a number of progressive issues over the years. In fact, we like to pride ourselves on being first on a lot of the most important issues of the day. We were the first city in the country to pass a ban on Saturday night specials and are a leader on gun control. We are the foremost city in leading on gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender civil rights. We are a leader in the animal welfare community. We're a dense urban city, but at the same time, we have been one of the foremost leaders on environmental policy. And that's why it's particularly important as we're discussing climate change that for me that this conference is hosted here in the city of West Hollywood. Preparing today, being together today to talk about these important issues about our environment, about climate change is essential. We are building public education amongst members throughout the country and throughout the world, as well as our elected leaders. And come January, we have a tremendous amount of work to do. And I am optimistic. I'm optimistic about the goals of today's conferences and conferences like this taking place all over this nation. So, on behalf of my colleagues on the City Council and the entire city of West Hollywood, I want to welcome you here to our community and thank you for the leadership that you're providing. West Hollywood, as always, is eager and prepared to stand with you in this fight. Thank you so much.
And I would like to say that there are a lot of vegan restaurants and vegan options offered in West Hollywood, and we love that, don't we? Woo! As we've been saying, climate change is a worldwide movement. And we've got a truly international set here today. And I'm not just referring to myself. Now, I'd like to introduce my co-host for this amazing live broadcast from Canada, writer Donald Gilmore.
Thank you, Jane. The climate change crisis is no longer a subject of debate. Scientists, politicians, corporate leaders and religious leaders of all faiths are urging the public to change their lifestyle to curb global warming by recycling more and using less energy and water. However, the most effective and immediate solution, which literally can slash 3/4 of global warming gases plaguing us, is the one thing nobody seems to be talking about. It's very simple. Change your diet.
That is for sure. This is Mother Nature's fast food. You pick it up, you take a bite, and you eat it. What could be faster? We're happy to say that now, for the first time, environmental groups, animal rights advocates, interfaith groups, and yes, even the media are coming together to help the world wake up to the madness of the average American diet, a self-destructive diet which is unfortunately being spread around the world, as you referred to, Donald.
Very much so. But don't take it just from us. Let's hear from the experts who have studied the global warming crisis scientifically and meticulously.
The hour is late. It's time to decide. I'm quite confident that you will make choice wisely. In addressing global warming issues, the scientists have made it quite clear.
Climate change as a self-inflicted wound, if you like,
can wipe out the very meager assets.
We have a climate crisis that is a planetary emergency.
We are so close to the red line that perhaps we may wake up tomorrow and find that there's nothing to save after all.
We have reached a point where we have a real emergency.
The message should be clear. Climate change must take its place along those threats like conflict, poverty.
Climate change is responsible for conflicts that can only deepen in the future if we don't act as soon as possible.
It's the only thing that I believe has the power to fundamentally end the march of civilization as we know it.
You will have a catastrophe, add it to another catastrophe.
Climate change means catastrophically violent weather.
Like wildfires and devastation.
Rising sea levels.
Rising food prices.
To the spread of disease.
If the future of the world depended on me, what would I do?
The North Polar ice cap is melting so fast. But what seems to me to be important is that some of the effects we're witnessing now are happening twice as fast as scientists were predicting just 5 years ago.
A report issued earlier this year by the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change concluded both that global temperatures are rising, that this is caused largely by human activities.
And if you look at the fourth assessment report of the IPCC, we've assessed several stabilization scenarios.
In 2010, there could already be as many as 50 million environmentally displaced persons due to climate change, desertification, and deforestation.
Experts tell us that the situation underlying the crisis is not a temporary one.
And it's getting more and more difficult every day.
And there's no guarantee that human civilization can survive.
The doomsday clock of climate change is ticking ever faster towards midnight. We are simply not reacting quickly enough.
Do we need to move faster to answer the question? Yes, we do, because we have less time than we thought we had.
So climate change is obviously going to have a major negative impact.
The scale and the pace of environmental change at the beginning of the 21st century are a serious wake-up call to us as human beings on this planet.
We know without a doubt that global warming is a reality, and the question today is not is it happening and not is it bad, but what are we going to do about it?
We are all part of the problem of global warming. Let us all be part of the solution.
The challenge you face is to prove to people that you are serious about adaptation to the unavoidable.
Meat production and consumption is hugely intensive in terms of carbon dioxide emissions.
More than all cars, trucks and ships added together. Unless we change our food choices, nothing else matters, because it is meat that is destroying most of our forests. It's meat that pollutes the waters. It is meat that is creating disease, which leads to all our money being diverted to hospitals. So it's the first choice for anybody who wants to save the earth.
The food we eat and how it's grown and the kind of food we eat matters a lot.
Everything comes with an environmental price. Beef production in particular.
We consume far too much meat in this world.
Because there's where the climate problem is, our meat consumption.
Something that's harmful even for human health.
我们今天要减少二氧化碳的排放啊，我们素食的方式绝对是非常有效的一个方式。
I do eat a lot of vegetarian meals. I think that's something we can all do.
That's one of the easiest ways that we can make an immediate and quite substantial impact.
There are some wonderful environmental benefits in terms of, taking a couple of steps lower down the food chain. And the choice we face is a really simple one, actually.
Just for one day, or more than that, become a vegetarian.
Let us approach climate change not simply as a looming future threat, but as a present opportunity to work together.
The time for action is now.
What can the government do to help? What can you do to help? How can we do this together?
And it's about what we do from this point on and this point forward.
Individuals can take action.
We have to try our power.
And as individuals, through the choices we make, the purchases we make.
If we once understand this and take the necessary actions, then we actually have a much better situation.
And if you eat less meat, you will be healthier and so would the planet.
Then there's some kind of realization of individual responsibility to take care of this planet.
Our generation has inherited an incredibly beautiful world, and it's really in our hands whether our children inherit the same world.
That is our duty, so that our children can have a decent quality of life on this planet.
We cannot be anything less than courageous and revolutionary in our approach to tackling climate change.
It's a win-win situation if you eat less meat.
Living in harmony with the natural world is the only way for the future. 6 billion people, one planet, one chance to get it right.
Go veg, be green, and save our planet.
If you continue the way you're doing, then it will get more hope. And if the world population join in vegetarian circle, at least 2/3 of them, and green technology and preserving forests and plant trees, etc., organic farming as well, a frugal lifestyle, every little effort helps along. Also keep envisioning the positive picture of the good world, the world that you want it to be, where everyone lives in peace, in love, in safety. A vegan world, a heavenly abode, where all beings enjoy life without fear of one another, where all are treated with kindness and due respect. Just envision all that.
We are so excited today to have with us one of the leaders in this movement. He is the author of the best-selling book, The World Peace Diet, Eating for Spiritual Health and Social Harmony. What a great title. What a great book. And let me introduce now Dr. Will Tuttle.
It's great to be here. As we just heard, I'm Dr. Will Tuttle, and I'm the author of The World Peace Diet, and I've been a vegan for about 28 years, and thank you. About maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I started thinking that someone should write a book that gives not just the environmental implications and the health implications and the implications for animal cruelty to our meals, but actually the bigger picture of what it does to us spiritually and psychologically, the history and anthropology of this whole culture, and the main role that seeing animals merely as commodities plays in our own difficulty in solving our problems. So I was thinking that someone would write a book that would give this big picture, and I was waiting for it to be written, and Madeline, my spouse, said, if you want to read that book, I think you better write it. So I spent 5 years and wrote the book, and I'm really honored to be here today and be part of this movement, which I believe in my heart is the most powerful movement on this planet for a positive evolution for peace and harmony. And I'd like to take some time now to introduce Supreme Master Ching Hai. When I first saw the videos of Supreme Master Ching Hai back in the 1980s, I was immediately struck by her benevolent presence and her relaxed and profound wisdom. As the years have gone by, my respect for her as a spiritual teacher has grown so much that I see her as one of the most brilliant and inspiring lights shining on this earth today. Whenever I become despairing of humanity's blindness and cruelty, I need only think of Supreme Master Ching Hai and her loving and enthusiastic students and all the work they are selflessly doing to promote compassion and peace. And I know she is inspiring a great movement to raise consciousness here on this planet. When people ask me whose spiritual teachings and example I recommend most highly, it is Supreme Master Ching Hai. To me, she is a living miracle. On the outer physical side, she is a petite Asian woman from an ordinary village. Growing up in Vietnam, she partook of both the Christian and Buddhist traditions and also knew firsthand of the horrors of war. I think that from her childhood, there was a love for all life shining in her like a bright star, always leading her, and she eventually moved to Germany and married a German doctor and worked in social programs there. Her spiritual calling beckoned so strongly, though, that she felt she had to travel to India, and with her husband's loving blessing, she went to the Himalayas seeking an authentic spiritual teacher. She entered many hardships there, but eventually found a great teacher in the remote mountains, and through her intense meditation practice, she attained deep insight into the nature of reality. She returned to Eastern Asia with no thought of teaching, but the light of her love and wisdom was irresistible, and she quickly became a magnet for students seeking spiritual inspiration and guidance. As awareness of her teaching and healing presence spread, thousands of people were inspired by her example, and spontaneously meditation centers were formed all over the world with both regular meditation sessions as well as community outreach projects to help those in need. As I mentioned in my book, The World Peace Diet, the worldwide followers of Supreme Master Ching Hai have set up vegan restaurants in many cities and contribute vegan clothing, food, shelter, and aid to disaster victims, prisoners, children, and the elderly in countries around the world. Though she requires students to meditate 2.5 hours per day, vow to eat no flesh or egg products, refrain from alcohol and non-prescription drugs, and not work in jobs that promote the exploitation of animals or people, her movement continues to spread. Rather than impede her movement, her insistence that her students reduce the cruelty in their meals may paradoxically promote it. People who are serious about spiritual growth are apparently capable of embracing fundamental change in their lives and may even welcome the opportunity. I feel everyone on earth owes a debt of gratitude towards Supreme Master Ching Hai and to her students as well. Kindness anywhere blesses everyone everywhere. We are all interconnected. Her efforts to bless the world are magnified by the purity of her intentions, making the efforts of this petite woman absolutely enormous in their impact. People often ask me what the best strategies and methods are to help us be more effective in our advocacy for animals and the earth. Besides educating ourselves about the issues, the most important contribution we can make to the animal liberation movement is to seek authentic spiritual liberation for ourselves, and the best way we can help bring peace is to cultivate inner peace. I believe Supreme Master Ching Hai lives to give, to love, to bless others constantly. She never asks people for contributions, and in fact, she refuses them. Through her amazing creativity, she is able to found countless effective relief campaigns to disaster victims all over the globe and provide helpful gifts to children, prisoners, the elderly, and the infirm. She is love in action. Personally, I am often astonished by the sheer creative genius of her jewelry and clothing designs, of her lectures, stories, and jokes, of her paintings, music, and other creations. With the help of her enthusiastic students, She publishes a vast array of books, CDs, DVDs, and magazines in over 30 languages. The TV station that she has inspired is unique in the world, broadcasting 24/7 in 15 languages simultaneously and emphasizing constructive news and the uplifting truth that countless people are working hard in many ways to bring healing, peace, wisdom, and beauty to our world. The hallmark of her teaching is that it is not only spiritual and transcendent, but eminently practical as well. That she has gained so many enthusiastic supporters is a testimony to humanity's essential compassion and courage. It is my great honor to welcome to our gathering the great spiritual beacon whose love and understanding light up this earth for all people, animals, and future generations. Supreme Master Ching.
Hello everyone. Greeting to you. And God bless you so much. And I want to say hello, greeting, and thank you to your Honorable Jeff Frank, the Mayor of West Hollywood, and all the scientists, professors, media representatives, and all distinguished guests who are present today. Thank you for taking some of your precious time in your busy life to attend this conference, to offer your support, advices, ideas, and blessing. Together, maybe we will still be able to save the planet by working hard to remind people the solutions to global warming. I thank you again, and may God bless you so much for your noble intention. And please continue. I'm just here to listen. Just want to say hello.
Thank you so much, Supreme Master. It is so great to hear from you. And even as I listen to your voice, I can tell that you are love in action. The point is we're getting to hear from Supreme Master, and that's crucial. So that's the main thing. And so once again, we are so delighted, Supreme Master, that you are there. You have done so much personally. Every time I have asked for help from Supreme Master for causes, whether it's rescuing the seals or stopping animal cruelty in factory farms, she and her amazing team have always been there with the utmost generosity. It brings tears to my eyes. And I just think she's an amazing example for all of us. So let's hear it for Supreme Master.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane.
I'd like to introduce you to a truly remarkable man. He is a cowboy. He's made history exposing the most toxic secrets of agribusiness. Fondly called the Mad Cowboy, Howard Lyman spent his career as one of the largest cattle feed operators in the United States until something happened. And that was a battle with cancer. And it turned him into one of the most vocal vegan activists the world has ever seen. He became world famous after an appearance on Oprah. You probably remember it. It rattled meat markets around the world. And he is going to tell us all about that. Howard, come on and talk to us, because you're the man. You're the man who got me to go vegan. I interviewed you 10 years ago, and you asked me if I was a vegan, and I said I'm just a vegetarian. You said liquid meat, and I never touched dairy from that moment on.
Thank you very much, Jane. We're here today. We're approaching the cliff at 200 miles an hour. The politicians and the bureaucrats are talking about not to worry. They're going to give the best care possible to those that survive at the bottom of the cliff. I'm a fourth-generation farmer, rancher, feedlot operator. I travel around the world and I talk to people about the proper amount of animal products to have in their diet as being zero. What I want to tell you is that I spent 45 years of my life in production agriculture. What we are doing today in America on our farms and ranches is absolutely, totally non-sustainable. We need to change. I was raised during the Second World War. We had the largest organic dairy farm in the state of Montana. My parents couldn't hire any help, and my mother and father were milking cows. That meant that I was raised by my grandparents. Back then, there was no such thing as swing slides or Lego blocks. My first job, 5 years old, was working in the garden. Birds, trees, and living soil. I thought it was the Garden of Eden. The only thing I ever wanted to be was a farmer. I spent the first 12 years of my life doing nothing but partying and playing football because I knew I was going to be a farmer. When I went to that farm or that business to be run, I didn't have the tools to run a business. I was dumber than a post. I didn't let that bother me any. I did what most good red-blooded American youth, 12 years of going to school and not learning anything, I immediately went on to the university. I went to the university because I wanted to be an agribusinessman. Now, I couldn't spell it, but I knew that's what I wanted to be. I learned a thing about herbicides, pesticides, hormones, and medication. I soaked it up like a sponge. I was going to go home and take that organic farm and turn it into an agribusiness. I graduated with a degree in agriculture, and I went home and I said to my father, I said, "Move over, Pop. I'm going to take this one-horse business and I'm going to turn it into an agribusiness." And he said, "What in the world is that?" And I said to him, "Didn't you ever hear about better living through chemistry?" He said, "No, our job is to work with nature." I said, "That's old-fashioned. Our job is to feed a hungry world." I never met a chemical that I didn't like. Herbicides, pesticides, hormones, and medication. I took that one-horse farm, and over a period of years, I turned it into an operation where I had 7,000 head of cattle. I can't tell you what a thrill it was the first time I wrote a check for $1 million, and it didn't bounce. And I thought, man, I have arrived. I'm the Donald Trump of agriculture. But just when I was on top of the world, I got a wake-up call. I ended up paralyzed from the waist down. I had a tumor on my spinal cord, and the doctor told me, he said, "If that tumor is on the inside of the cord, you have less than 1 chance in 1,000,000 you will ever walk again." Here I am, waiting for an operation. A lot of things going through my mind. It was not about owning 7 combines at $100,000 apiece, or 20 tractors or 30 trucks. What was going through my mind is why I became a farmer. Birds, trees, and living soil. I saw the birds die, the trees die. I saw the soil change. And it was not until I was paralyzed I was willing to admit I was the problem, not the solution. They operated on me for 12 hours. Cut the bone off of the back of my spinal column. Sure enough, the tumor was on the inside of the cord. They split the covering on the cord. Not only was it on the inside, it was under the cord. They could not lift the cord up to get to the tumor. All they could do was pick a nerve, cut it. They took out a tumor the size of my thumb. I walked out of the hospital with a 1 in 1,000,000 operation. I guarantee you I walked out a much different individual. I knew that it was not about more land or more cattle or more equipment. There was more to it than just being bigger and richer. I went to my banker and I said to him, I said, "I need your help. We need to start farming with nature." My banker, he reared back in his chair and he said, "What in the world does that mean?" I said, "I think we need to become organic farmers." And he looked at me and he said, "You want me to lend you money? You're not going to share it with my other customers, the chemical dealer, the pharmaceutical dealer, the fertilizer dealer?" He said, "There will never be a day like that. And so 1983, I sold my farm, I paid my debts, and I started working with other farmers to start producing food correctly. I learned that there is a lot of money out there that do not want people to know the truth. I started talking to people about not eating animals. Talked to them about mad cow disease. They thought I was the one that had holes in my brain because they'd never heard of it. But I ended up on the Oprah show. I told a few million people that we were grinding up cows and feeding them back to cows. That we were scraping up roadkill, deer, elk, possum, raccoons, and we were feeding those back to cows. And then we were taking euthanized pets, dogs and cats, full of chemicals that were used to kill them. The city of Los Angeles alone, 200 tons of dogs and cats a month are being ground up and put back into the feed for our pets or our food animals. Oprah, her eyes were as big as saucers. She turned around and looked at the guy from the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and said, "Dr. Weber, are we feeding cows to cows?" I will never forget what he had to say. There's a limited amount of that going on. Well, the next thing out of Oprah's mouth got us sued. She said, "That stops me cold. I will never again eat a burger." Now, I knew that 13 states had a thing called the food disparagement law. But the food disparagement law said it was against the law to say anything you knew to be false. I told the truth. But guess what? The cattlemen sued. They didn't want the people to know the truth. They ended up suing us for 6 years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars defending our right to tell the American people the truth. I want you to realize sitting here today that if we don't deal with the truth, if we don't realize the fact that the majority of Americans today are dying from pain inflicted by their fork, we're digging more graves with our fork than any other tool that's out there. We need to look at what's going on in the world. We need to understand that Easter Island, for example, when you have these large stone monuments set up on the beach, at one time was a vibrant society. Rich soil, trees, boats, fish. But in there, your stature was how big a stone monument you put up. Well, there were some stowaways came to the island. Rats. They didn't care because the rats were not eating the human food. They were eating the seeds from the palm trees. As they cut down the trees to sled the large monuments down to the beach, there were fewer and fewer trees because no new trees were growing. Can you imagine what it was like when the last monument cut the last tree and there were never going to be any more trees on Easter Island? The monuments are there today. The people are gone because they could not learn to live within their environment. It's the same thing we're faced with today. We need to understand that the tipping point between everything being fine and total disaster is a very fine line. If we look at St. Matthew's Island, for example, 1943, they put 29 reindeer on an island so they would have a backup food supply for the military detachment that was there. They never needed them. 29 reindeer on a 128 square mile island with no natural predators. 20 years, that 29 island animals went to 6,000 fat, sleek, healthy animals in 20 years. 20 years later, there was not one live animal left on the island because they did not learn to live within the environment that they had. We have the same problem right now. When the boat people came to the United States, a little under 300 years ago, we had the deepest, richest topsoil on the face of the earth. In 300 years, we have lost 75% of all of the topsoil that was here. It takes 500 years to produce an inch of topsoil. We haven't been here long enough to produce an inch of topsoil, and we've lost 3/4 of what was here. 1850 in Iowa, they built a church. From 1850 in Iowa till today, that church has been in continuous use. In 1850, they took a picture of it. All of the land around the church was farmed. All of it was at the same elevation. Over 150 years later, they took another picture of the same church. All of the land around it was still farmed. The only difference is the church sits 10 feet higher today than all of the farm ground around it. If we are going to survive as a Homo sapiens species, we need to understand the fact that 80% of all of the grain that is produced in the United States of America today is stuffed down the throat of an animal. It takes 16 pounds of grain to produce 1 pound of meat. 16 pounds of grain, you can feed 32 hungry people. Which is the best use of our resources? We need to understand that the future is to feed healthy people, not animals to kill them. I spent 45 years of my life in animal production. I will tell you that what we're doing today is absolutely, totally non-sustainable. I changed from a meat-eating animal production person to a person today that is a vegan, eating nothing with a face, liver, or a mother. I changed my diet for my health. I do what I do today as a hardcore vegan for the love of the animals. I know that no animal has to die for me to live. If we are going to survive as a species, we have to understand that our job is not to do everything. Our job is to do everything that we can do. And I charge you today with a very simple, straightforward charge. All you have to do is what you can do. Go veg. Go green. Save the planet. Thank you very much.
It's certainly been most informative and educational, and as you can imagine, some of the members in our audience right now have a few questions.
Mr. Lyman, you have taken my breath away. Thank you for your love for coming here today to be with us. My name is Betska K. Burr. I am co-president of Coaching and Leadership International. We are the global leaders in mind, body, spirit, coach training, and I'm also the president of ecofoodprint.com. I have a very important question for you, and that is, should we put the carbon tax on meat? And if yes, how do we do that?
The first question is, should we put a carbon tax on meat? The answer to that is yes. How do we do that? Remember, I spent 5 years working on Capitol Hill. I learned a thing that was called the golden rule. Them that got the gold are making the rules. The question is, how are we going to do it? It's simple. If you can take a fourth generation farmer, rancher, feedlot operator, and I can change and become a hardcore vegan, does that mean that the people that care about the environment can't? 79% of Americans claim to be vegetarian. If you're actually going to claim to be a vegetarian, how about walking your talk? If we are going to change this, it is not going to happen in Washington, D.C. It's going to happen right here. Look at what has happened in West Hollywood, what they have been able to do in this community. We need to go in our own communities. We have to organize. We have to look at what's not available. And if it's not available, we need to start it. If there are changes that need to happen, we need to be the people that start the change. Our job is to become the leader so that when we look in the eyes of a child, we can basically say to him, I can't do everything, but I can do everything that I can do. And if we don't, there will not be a future for our children and grandchildren. Can we do it? Absolutely. When should we start? Right now.
My name is Darrell Cumberbatch, and I'm a green accountant from Toronto, Canada. My question to you is, should there be warning labels on meat for the chemicals, drugs, and hormones that cause cancer and other diseases such as diabetes?
If we look at what should be the absolute textbook of answering your question, it's Dr. T. Colin Campbell's book, The China Study. It is not only the chemicals we're using in producing meat, but look at the fact that it is animal protein that is the number one cause of heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and obesity. The largest dietary study that has ever been done in the history of the world. Is it worse when they end up with the chemicals in it and the hormones in it and the antibiotics in it? Absolutely. But if you want to live a long, healthy life, realize that our Maker did not build junk. He ended up giving us a phenomenal body. If we would just end up consuming what we were designed for, and it is not hamburger, T-bone steaks, or pork chops. I never saw in 45 years of my life an animal going to the slaughterhouse, clicking their heels and saying, oh, yippee skippy, I'm going to be a burger tomorrow. They do not want to die. Our job is to make sure that they are able to live the life they were intended to live so that we can live the life we were intended to live.
It's an honor to experience your energy. And our American Indian people are our nation's first environmentalists. My question to you is, meat wouldn't be such an industry without a fast food retail channel. What can be done about it?
When we stop and look at fast food restaurants today, how many of you ever realize how many of your dollars are going out there subsidizing the price of that hamburger being as cheap as possible? If it was not for the subsidy from the American taxpayers, we would be looking at a burger, a 4-ounce burger costing about $12. Do you believe that the people going to fast food restaurants would be lining up at $12 for a burger without the subsidy? How many of them realize that when we talk about a thing like a mad cow disease, that it takes the amount of material that'll cover the sharp end of a pin to cause a disease that is 100% fatal? If we took one of those 4-ounce burgers and we took it to a DNA lab, we would find there are between 500 and 1,000 different animals in one burger. Do you feel comfortable that one of those was not infected? Do you think that we could not use the subsidy from the American taxpayers for education, Social Security, senior citizens, to rebuild our roads and bridges? Do you realize today that the United States of America is spending between $30 and $60 billion to import $20 billion worth of oil from the Middle East? Could we not do better? Should we not be doing what Al Gore is talking about, taking 10 years and making us self-sufficient in electricity? Could we do this? Absolutely, we could do it. We can actually end up with safe, healthy food that costs what it should cost and not subsidized by the American people, and taking our tax dollars and doing the things we really want to see more of.
Thank you, Howard. And I believe our next question is directed to Supreme Master Ching Hai.
My name is Steve Behrman, or Swami Beyondananda when I put my turban on. That's when I channel the Swami, so the turban's off, he's channeling me now. There it was. Supreme Master Ching Hai, I appreciate opportunity to be here. On a recent TV program, you suggested that the government could actually subsidize farmers to grow vegetables. Could you make a further comment about that, please?
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Howard Lindman for his exceptionally good speech and extraordinary example. If he, as a wealthy cattle farmer, can forsake just everything in one go like that to become vegan, then I believe everyone could learn from his example. He had more to lose than many of us. But he did forsake everything to become a vegan. Thank you, sir, for being a shining example. Mr. Swami, organic farming is always ideal for health and ecology, as we have had it proven from the scientists. And now, organic farming not only good for health and ecology, it keeps water clean and environment safe. Because at present, this practice is not widely spread and encouraged by the government or by the media. So, in my humble opinion, instead of subsidize for the farmers who lose money on meat, or because the meat was tainted with disease or something, instead of subsidize for that, the government can subsidize the farmers so they have more financial support to fall on until this become more stabilized as a practice and the market has more demand for organic food. Then farmers will be happy to grow more vegetarian food to supply for the health of human and the planet. That's what I mean by subsidize more for the organic farming, because it helps in many, many angles, not just health, but the water, the health of the planet, and right now we're short of food. So if the farmers are encouraged to grow more on the government to support and subsidize, then of course we will have no problem then, and people will have more vegan food to choose from, and the farmer will also be happy to supply. That's what I meant. Thank you, Swami.
Lyman and Supreme Master. Woo! Howard and Supreme Master Ching, thank you both for your amazingly insightful comments. Howard, for your eye-opening speech. You know, the whole world needs to hear what Supreme Master is saying and what Howard Lyman is saying. And I just wonder, why is it that it takes Supreme Master to tell the world what really the mainstream media should be telling the world but isn't? You know, ask yourself that question, why are they not conveying this information? All you have to do is look at the television commercials and you'll have your answer. Think about it.
You know, Ching, she's a vegan, but she's so energetic. If you look at her, everyone should feel like they want to be vegan right away. Look at the energy she has. All the time, not just today. All the time.
Thank you, Supreme Master.
I saw you on many programs. You're always like this. You are a very good example of a vegan person. Thank you.
Thank you, Supreme Master. And you know, my mother is 92 and she's a vegetarian and she's the one who taught me this. And she is amazingly sharp. She doesn't have Alzheimer's. She's on the internet. She's on YouTube. She's on Google. She's always telling me to get off the internet because she wants to use it. And so you want to live long and healthy, go vegan. You'll be 92 and you'll be running around like a pistol.
That's right. That's right.
And now we have a very short video that really outlines this problem. And, you know, so many people just don't want to face it. They don't want to watch the videos. They don't want to see what's really going on. And I applaud all of you and all of you watching at home for taking a look at this important information about the realities of livestock's long shadow. Well, we've got quite a program planned for you, and I'm so happy the whole world is watching and listening to this because thanks to Supreme Master Ching, this information is getting out to the world. Again, 30 languages and more, 14 satellites, and the internet. This is being broadcast around the globe, and people are watching and people are changing as a result. Now we are going to have our first of 3 panels, and we're so excited to have some of the real top experts in this field, in this movement with us today. Dr. Gurminder Singh of the Green Technology Institute, Dr. Jim Stewart of the Sierra Club's Global Warming Committee, and last but not least, Professor Ryan Gault, a leading agriculture expert from the University of California, Davis. First, let's start with Dr. Singh. What is going on with this planet? I understand that you have some shocking new data to tell us about, and it involves global warming. We want to hear it, and the world wants to hear it. Tell us about it.
Let me get it to the point. We passed the tipping point. The tipping point has been reached about a year ago. And what scientists are not talking about is that carbon is not the problem. There are 3 or 4 other gases, and at the top of them is methane. Methane is 23 times more toxic than the carbon footprint. What happened at Kyoto Protocol was politicians got together and developed a document that was compromising the message. We talked about CO2, and the world knows about CO2 now. But CO2 alone is not the problem. Methane is. Besides methane, there is nitric oxide, 300 times more toxic. Now, when you mix all of that gases and you start looking at what that is doing to the global footprint, global warming is accelerating at a very, very fast rate. And today we need to know the truth that this scientific data that we are seeing today is gone far beyond where we think we 5 years ago were saying the world will lose its ice caps in 60 years. We're losing it in 4 years now. We are revising every fact every single day because some of these things that we are not paying attention to are the leading cause. And this leading cause, when you start looking at methane comes from the permafrost, methane comes from the oceans warming up, and methane comes from animal breeding. When you mix all of these 3 things, you find we are now heading towards a catastrophe at a shorter period of time than anyone have ever planned for. Prince Charles said, beyond 18 months, we are past the tipping point. We are past, you would say, the point where we can not return. But we, as a human society, we can do a lot. We can do a lot to make changes in our lives. This comes down to you and us. It's about no longer saying who else is out there that we can blame. We are the solution. We are the problem.
That's for sure. Dr. Singh, you have a question to ask Supreme Master.
What I wanted to ask is that given all the facts that we are seeing, given the facts on the ground, the changes that are happening, what else out there that the human eye is not able to see? What else the world needs to know that we do not know about at the present moment? That would be my question.
Concerning the point of no return, I'm happy to inform you that we have not passed it yet. And what Prince Charles had meant was that at that time we had about 18 months to change our destiny. Like we should go veg, completely go green quickly, and to save the planet. But now I'm very happy to inform you, if anyone believe my humble opinion or insight, that we have gained 3 years and 4 months we have now, Dr. Singh, to change.
Thank you.
This is what I know from my meditation inside. I cannot prove it to you, but in case you believe it, it's good. If you don't, we still have 3 years and 4 months. And on this note, I would like to thank the new vegans, vegetarian karmas who joined the circle of the noble elite, who lives without blood in their hand, who lives as an example of peace that begins with themselves and begins on their dinner table. Because of this, because of the effort of everyone on this planet who knows, who are aware of our predicament at the moment, they have been trying to work very hard to go out of their way to spread the news, the information about the danger we are facing, and also to spread the news about the solution we could all take action to save the planet. Therefore, many more people joining our vegetarian and vegan circles now, and that's why we have gained time. I know we have also the plant trees and a little technology here and there, and changing some bulbs and all that, and turn off the light 1 hour here and there. These also help, but very little compared to the blessing merit of vegetarian and vegan diet. Because once they turn their heart into this compassionate direction, the compassionate and loving energy that generates is enormous. That's why we can combat the negative power who want to destroy our planet before we could even have a chance to be awakened spiritually. So I'm very happy to tell you we have a little time. And as we go on, maybe we gain more time. And let's hope so. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. Don't worry, we are okay for now. I mean, not really okay. We are not really okay, but we are okay. We have hope. You are working. We are working together. And perhaps we still can make it. Who knows, Dr. Singh? Miracles can always happen.
Absolutely.
Now, Dr. Jim Stewart, can you share with us the depth and the scope of the crisis that we're facing? Exactly how serious is this?
Well, I think that Dr. Singh has already talked about a lot of the crisis, but we can, of course, talk about some specifics in terms of the sea level rising, and if we do lose the Greenland ice cap and the West Antarctica ice shelf, the sea level will rise 40 to 50 feet, or 14 meters, and that will, of course, devastate many countries in the world. We're also facing a crisis relative to the droughts in some places and floods in other places, as we're well aware of. And the water crisis is becoming even worse because of the fact of the increase in the global temperature means that crops actually need more water in order to be able to grow. And so therefore, at the same time as we're getting less water, we're getting less snowfall and less opportunity to save water in the mountains, we're also needing more water. And of course, everyone is well aware of the fact that the forests are also drying out, and so we're having much more prevalent forest fires, and much more intense than we ever had before. But I do want to bring a bit of hope to this situation, and that is that technology to solve the global warming crisis is here. We do not need to wait for any new technologies. As Al Gore announced last week, that the technology is available within 10 years to go 100% renewable electricity. And I recommend that you go to his website, wecansolveit.org. And the speech is there, and the details of how this plan could happen are there. Another solution, in addition, of course, to the vegetarian and veganism that we've been talking about, is organic farming. The scientists, and perhaps Dr. Galt can tell more about this, but the scientists have shown that organic farming sequesters far more carbon than the normal kind of pesticide, etc., farming. And so that you really can, if we could get everybody to go organic farming, we would really save a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. The other ray of hope that I would like to present today is contained in an act that's called AB 32 in California. It's the Global Warming Solutions Act, and just a few weeks ago they came out with their proposal for the draft scoping plan. The fact that this plan is even in existence is totally inspiring, because what this plan does is it looks at all of the major global warming emissions that are happening from the entire state of California and all the 36 million people that live here and all the industries, and they have calculated how much it would require to make the reductions to get back to 1990 levels by the year 2020, which is about a 30% reduction from business as usual. And they have gone through and they have come up with a detailed proposal of how they can reach the 170 million tons per year by 2020 in terms of the reductions. And I recommend that all of you go on the website. It's www.arb.ca.gov. And the Air Resources Board for the state of California has this plan. And they also are asking for comments. And I want to say that the mention in this plan of agriculture is woefully inadequate. There's no mention made of organic agriculture, which has been proven to save global warming. There's no mention made of the aid that would happen if people went to vegetarian or vegan diets. And so you are invited on this website to go make your comments. And I urge all of you and everyone throughout the entire world that's listening to this broadcast to go. You don't have to be a California resident to comment on this, because this plan is a blueprint. This plan could be the plan to save the entire planet. The final thing I want to say is that I want all of you to take a look at this plan and work with your local city, state, and nation to ensure that this kind of comprehensive plan is taken and implemented right now before the 3 years are up.
What's the website?
arb.ca.gov. And click on climate.
Do you have any comments, Supreme Master?
Wonderful speech, wonderful. We probably have hope, eh? Yes. Will anybody please log on to that and comment the way Dr. Jim Stewart said? Would we do that?
Absolutely, Master.
It's very good initiative, Dr. Jim. And I wholly agree with you. It would go a step further if we go veg to take care of the other half. And if we all go veg now, then we could even keep the old technology until all can be replaced. Because vegetarian diet or vegan diet takes care of 80% reduction of pollution that causes global warming, according to the calculation from the scientists' evidence. And it is the easiest way, the quickest way, and the safest way that we can eliminate 80% of global warming, and almost immediately. And the rest, 20% from everything else, even cars, airplane, or everything else, can be taken care of by nature. Originally, nature can take care even a little bit more than that. It's just that we overloaded her capacity, and we over-abused the Mother Earth's resources. So we just have to reverse our actions. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Ching. It's nice to know that the government and everyone is really go out of their way to help saving the earth. I'm so happy.
My question is, why is it that Al Gore never talks about vegetarianism or veganism?
Speak for myself and for the facts, and the facts, as we have already discussed, are that if you do go vegetarian, you will help to save the planet.
But he has all these websites, and I've contacted those websites, and I say, why are you talking about light bulbs and transportation when the biggest cause of global warming, according to the United Nations, is meat production? And you know what they say? We don't want to go there. I have that as a quote. I called as a journalist.
Could you give us your perspective on the meat industry, please? What is its impact on our present situation?
Sure. I wanted to talk about the connections more generally also between food and climate change. And I want to start off by briefly highlighting two conditions of our world today that I think are important to keep in mind. One is agriculture, both the production of plants and animals, is the single largest human land use out there on the planet. Agriculture contributions to greenhouse gases is quite enormous, as you were saying. In terms of carbon dioxide, 21 to 25% of anthropogenic human-made emissions are from agriculture, about 60% of methane from agriculture, and 65 to 80% of nitrous oxides. And as Dr. Ching was saying, methane is 30 times more potent, approximately, than carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxides is 200 times more potent per molecular weight than carbon dioxide. So these ones matter too. We need to address all of them. And then the other thing I want to highlight is the extreme inequalities in the world today that we have. We have a handful of billionaires own more wealth, or as much wealth, as the 48 poorest countries in the world, and that's about 3 billion people, about half the world's population. This kind of inequality in wealth also translates into food access, and so we have between 800 million and now maybe 1 billion or more people without adequate access to food on this planet. That's close to a sixth of the population. We've seen food riots around the world in various countries as a manifestation of this inequality. And the world economic system basically doesn't work for those people who can't afford to purchase food. So what I mean by this is that we basically have enough food. We do have enough food to feed everyone on the planet, but we're not doing so. Millions of people have inadequate diets. So I want to highlight those two propositions and then talk from there. Basically, as we've been saying, meat really matters. The Agricultural Sustainability Institute here at UC Davis recently had an international conference looking at the effects of, or the low-carbon diet, as we might call it, trying to move diets towards lesser climate change impacts. And in the report coming out of the workshop, note this is academics who typically highlight uncertainty. The issue of plant protein versus animal protein is not a high priority for new research, as existing research has already overwhelmingly demonstrated that plant proteins are almost always environmentally superior to protein from livestock from the perspective of energy intensity and greenhouse gas emissions. So we have about 56 billion animals on the planet that are slaughtered annually. They consume about 80% of the world's soybean crop and about 50% of the world's corn crop. It's quite astounding when you look at it that way. Livestock's production contribution to greenhouse gases is greater than the transportation sector. That's quite amazing as well, in that we usually think of driving and flying when we think of reducing our own emissions, or alternatives to driving and flying, like bikes and so forth. So why is this the case? I just want to go back to the food chain that's feeding the animals. First, of course, fossil fuel inputs are used in the growing of the feed. So that means we're turning natural gas into synthetic fertilizer. It's a very energy-intensive process. We burn gas to do that. Modern pesticides, very similar thing. Also, we transport that grain using fossil fuels to feed the animals, since we have a disconnect now between concentrated animal feedlot operations and the feeding systems. And the third, though, is the most important, and that is whenever an organism eats food, it gets energy from that and also turns it into body mass. But during that conversion, you lose about 90% of the energy in that food. Yeah, it's rough. So as Howard was saying, we have a situation in which it takes about 16 pounds of grain in order to make 1 pound of meat. In addition to that, of course, we've highlighted the methane contribution. That is, livestock contribute a great deal to other greenhouse gases, not just carbon dioxide. Animal agriculture is responsible for about 37% of all anthropogenic methane emissions and about 65% of all nitrous oxides emissions. That's animal agriculture alone. And of course, we have a great deal of energy going into heating and cooling concentrated animal feedlot operations, and we also have a vast amount of energy that it takes to keep the meat cold once you slaughter it and move it to the consumer. All of that is very energy intensive and therefore emits greenhouse gases. So in the scientific community now, people are embracing what's called life cycle analyses to look at all of the various inputs and the impacts that they have when you take something from the farm all the way to having it at your fork. So when you do that and you look at a kilogram of beef, the equivalent of 36 kilograms of carbon dioxide are emitted for that. If we look at pork, it's about 6 kilograms, so it's 6 times more efficient. But if we look at dry peas or beans, it's about 0.6. We look at that another way. Dry beans, peas, adequate source of protein per kilogram are about 60 times more efficient in terms of greenhouse gas emissions than a kilogram of beef. Quite striking. So basically, plant-based diets are far more sustainable than diets based on grain-fed meat. Reducing our consumption of industrial-produced meat will greatly reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. And in addition to that, we also face challenges in terms of plant-based agriculture. It's not just animal-based. We have to deal with the fact that most of our plant-based agriculture relies on fossil fuels, both as for mechanized inputs and also for fertilizer. So we need to move away from this, of course, looking at the non-renewableness of fossil fuels. We have to increase the use of legumes, that would be clovers and alfalfas, in order to make up for the nitrogen that we'll lose through the synthetic nitrogen that we won't be able to use in the future. And also we need to actually integrate livestock in a synergistic way in which livestock wastes, as they've been used historically, are actually used as fertilizers on farms to recouple those cycles. And then what I do want to say also is that just reducing meat and also increasing the sustainability of agriculture is not necessarily going to address the current food crisis. So that even if we take all the grain, or if we free up all the grain from all the meat that we eat, it won't solve the hunger problem because it's not caused by lack of food. It's caused by lack of access to food because of lack of purchasing power of the poor. So we need to address its root, which is poverty. And so I see the following as essential. We have to understand that our current economy actually concentrates power in the hands of the wealthy, and as Howard was saying, they have undue influence over our politicians. We also have to free ourselves of the ideology that free markets are going to solve our problems and instead see that the rules of the market, we actually have to set them by society to serve social goals. So in terms of solving the food crisis, we can talk about that at great length, but we basically need to allow developing countries to pursue food security policies rather than being opened up to our subsidized grains. And also we have to empower the rural poor, give them access to land and the means to produce. A deeper democracy is basically what I'm talking about. So basically to conclude, in the face of global warming and its quickening pace, we need to make wide-sweeping changes, I would say, and fast. In the industrialized world, these changes include both changes in our diets, also in our transportation habits, and the design and the place we live in terms of houses and cities. If we feel any sense of obligation to future generations and also to other people on the planet and to other organisms, I think we should dramatically reduce our meat consumption. Our diet should be primarily plant-based. But it's not just necessarily up to us, it's also up to us to influence policy. So we need to make the days of emitting greenhouse gas emissions with impunity, we have to end that, basically. We need regulations, we need incentives, a combination of those, and green taxes that will tax those most environmentally damaging activities. Before I end, I was going to pose a question to Supreme Master Ching, and that is, we've heard a lot about industrialized meat production. We've, I'd say, made a good case in terms of going vegetarian, especially in industrialized countries. But there's also charges of neocolonialism when the first world tells the third world what to do, or the developing countries. So what do you think about vegetarianism and herding cultures, say the Fulani or the Bedouin, in charges of neocolonialism?
Thank you, Professor God. Yes, thank you for bringing this up. You see, anything natural, it should be good. Otherwise, of course, it's not good. But once our planet social structure is stabilized and the economy is in full bloom everywhere, due to vegetarian diet and the blessing of heaven and the new technology, etc., etc., then I think the herding practice will also be absorbed naturally, as they are just a small percentage anyway, compared to the organized meat industry as a whole. We, of course, should spread out the great benefit of veganism and elevate our spiritual level to an extent so that all humans will understand that only a noble, compassionate way of life, such as vegetarian lifestyle, is truly sustainable and benefit human as we are the crown of the creation. And by the way, Jane, you have forgotten, Mr. Al Gore has made a surprise visit to a meeting in Austin, Texas, on the 19th of July. He was speaking to the internet-savvy political activists there as a Netroots Nations conference. When one journalist asked him about a vegetarian diet, he said it is true that vegetarian diet is good for people's health and can save the planet. So he did say something, maybe not on the web, but he did say elsewhere.
Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I think he also began vegetarian diet already. I mean, not completely, but maybe half or two-thirds already vegetarian. It's not that easy for many people, I have to say, because these are new to them. And they probably think, what? Without meat, how am I going to live? They forgot the cow and the elephant. They are so big and they live only on grass and simple leaves even.
Thank you very much, Master and Professor. We'd like to open the floor again to some questions from the audience.
My name is Denise Martin, and I work for Starlight Starbright Children's Foundation. As you may know, we work with seriously ill children, and my concern is always for the welfare of the vulnerable and the young around the world. As this is a humanitarian question, my question is to Supreme Master Ching. Given the threat we all face, how can we bring to public awareness the plight children face, particularly in relationship to diet and environment?
Miss Martin, how are you? Thanks for the good work that you've been doing for these unfortunate children. Good question, good question. You see, Miss Martin, according to all the scientific and medical evidences, most sickness come from meat eating. It's avoidable if we follow wholesome diet of plant-based food. If the parents are not well, then the children born will also be affected, as has been proven through scientific and medical research. Even before they come to the world already, the children, many have been affected by the unwellness, by the disease of the parents. On the SupremeMasterTV.com, there are collected facts for anyone to be informed about the detrimental effect of meat diet to adults and children and fetus even, unborn children even. So we could print them out and give it to anyone who are interested in this or who are asking such a question concerning the fetus and the babies who are born sick or sick from a genetic disorder. You could print them all out and tell them to log onto the above website themselves also for updated truths about our diet's influence on our life and on the world. All our website information, show, or advertisement, they're all free of charge. You are free to download any of them and use them in any way that benefit others. Thank you so much, Ms. Martin. And please send my love to all the children.
Very wise information. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Heiming, and I'd like to thank the Supreme Master for all the work she's done for disaster victims over the past.
Welcome.
I myself have volunteered after the tsunami and the Hurricane Katrina and the earthquake down in Peru, and it's that has led me to come and represent the Green Institute for Village Empowerment, which is giveforthefuture.org. And my question is for Mr. Galt. If we're going to be able to deal with a major threat to the global food supply, people are going to have to learn how to grow their own food again. There are many new techniques for hydroponic growing and other things people can do even in an apartment. My question is, how can we spread the word to teach people how to grow their own food, even if they live in cities or apartment buildings?
The question of growing our own food, I think we've seen in a lot of areas, right? We've seen a rebirth of urban agriculture, certainly, and also, in addition to not just growing our own food, but to relocalizing the food system, and that is to start to recognize that farmers that are near us can actually produce food just as well as we can get it from the grocery store. And so kind of relocalizing the food system has gotten a major push, and for very good reason. It has a number of benefits. In terms of getting information out there in terms of how to grow our own food, I think there's a huge amount of skill involved in growing food, from seed saving to seed selection to all sorts of other things. But now we're actually able to share information like we never have been able to before with the internet. Just by watching a video on the internet, you're not going to figure out how to grow food. But in addition to having those kind of resources online, we also have, I would say, a retooling, if you will, of the university system to start to recognize the number of challenges that we're facing as a society, and to start new programs in sustainable agriculture that will actually teach students how to become organic farmers or such. And so at UC Davis, we're starting a new agriculture and food system sustainability major in order to teach students not just about production agriculture side, but also food system and social issues as well. So I think we'll see our institutions, universities start to equip students better in terms of growing their own food, in terms of becoming part of a relocalized food system. But also we need to still depend on farmers. I would say that they have a huge amount of knowledge and expertise, and so we'll create reciprocal relationships rather than farmers always having low prices and consumers always facing higher prices. So we need to create those relationships as well and keep farmers around.
Thank you, Professor. Our next question is directed to Master.
I want to say thank you very much for her amazing work. I'm Janice Belson. I'm the founder and director of Medicines Global, and I have the incredible opportunity of working with a lot of at-risk youth here, getting them to talk to each other. My organization is called Medicines Global. You can read about us at medicinesglobal.org. And one of the key points in our Outdoor Youth Ambassador program is diet, nutrition. And my question really is, it's clear that we must encourage school cafeterias to help our youth enjoy a vegetarian diet. The kids grow up eating potato chips and Coca-Cola, and they have such a very limited idea about what we're talking about. How can we encourage those that actually supply the food to our children to help us have more vegetarian choices? Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you. Thank you for concerning about the health and happiness of the children. Thanks for your good heart. It has not been very widespread, the vegetarian diet, I have to say. Even up to now, many people who are vegetarian who has to be like a closet vegetarian for fear of being ridiculed and mockery. Now, I have appealed to all of the vegetarian and vegans people to come out and try to help as much as they can, because you are the heroes of the planet. There is no time anymore to hide or to
worry about what people think about us anymore. We are good. We are good. We are noble. We have to spread the news for everybody to join the vegetarian circle in order to save the planet. Janice, I think you can talk to them and write to them and present to them with all the scientific and medical facts about the harmful effects of meat-based diet and the enormous benefit of vegetarian vegan diet. You tell the school to choose wisely as well with the same facts above and pray that we change. On the SupremeMasterTV.com, you can have all the facts you need up to date about the harmful effect of meat. We have even all the scientists' name and all the medical evidence of the meat diet that harm people and gives so enormous sickness. Now in Slovenia, even after my visit in Slovenia, some of the Waldorf schools provide now only vegetarian meals, and other schools bring their own meal. They don't cater meat anymore. So you can suggest the same to the school boards of directors. Give the parents also the infos, the sheets that you have printed out from anywhere on the internet or from our SupremeMasterTV.com about the harmful meat diet and the beneficial vegetarian diet. Good luck and blessed be your noble endeavor. Janice.
Some excellent suggestions. Thank you, Supreme Master.
Thanks to the panelists for being here, and thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for spreading your love and action around the world. I would like to ask about the methane gas trapped under the permafrost layer. Could Supreme Master Ching Hai and Dr. Singh elaborate about what research is saying and the risk to human health? Thank you.
Dr. Singh have told you a lot already, and I ask his permission to answer your question. Roughly speaking, the research show that methane gas can cause headaches. I'm not talking about global warming and trapping heat and all that yet. Now, the methane gas can cause headaches, respiratory system, heart malfunctions, and in more concentrated dose, death by suffocation. It is similar to carbon monoxide poisoning. It is 23 times more deadly than CO2. And livestock produce up to almost 40% of global methane gas. Also accounted for 65% of global nitrous oxide, which is 310 times more lethal, more deadly than CO2, carbon dioxide. And they remain many long years in the atmosphere. And methane gas causes global warming to accelerate, and in turn, the warmed up ocean and permafrost will also release more and more methane gas, and also even hydrogen sulfide, which is credited with wiping out the 90% plus living creatures in our Earth history in the past. So it's not just methane we are worried about, it's so many gases from the ocean. And depends on the concentration dose. Just the hydrogen sulfide alone can cause irritation of different body organs, eyes, nose, throat, bronchial constriction, spontaneous abortion, impaired bodily functions, headaches, dizziness, vomiting, coughing, difficult breathing, eye damage, shock, coma, and death, etc. If concentrate dose is high enough, like for example 1,000 parts per million, ppm, then even one single inhalation causes immediately breathing stop and collapse. So there was some reports about animal farms in Minnesota which produce also hydrogen sulfide that causes people in the vicinity to vomit so much that they had to flee their own homes. And you can look for an article on July 17, 2008 on the Environmental News Network. And another incident on North Carolina in which residents from 26 counties are forced to stay indoor as the air quality was so poor and filled with pollutant, including highly toxic gas hydrogen sulfide from animals. So this article you can find also on the News and Observer, dated June 19, 2008. These are the recent events, and probably much more before. I'm sure these are not the single incidents concerning hydrogen sulfide produced by livestock. So other articles by the Telegraph on December 9, 2007, on the Earth Times, also reported cases of deaths in other countries due to methane and hydrogen sulfide gases. I'm sure there are more if we have time to do research on this subject. I'm sure you have more instruments to do this. The United Nations has recently offered a website concerning these matters. Maybe you could find more info there.
I'm sure we can, yes.
But that's scary enough already, I think.
Okay, thank you, Supreme Master.
You're welcome, love.
We have another question here from fellow Canadian, Florence Etienne.
Welcome.
Bonjour, Maître. I'm Florence Etienne. I'm a linguist, and I'm so pleased to be here. And I want to thank you so much for teaching us the one main language, the language of love.
Yes.
My question is for you. What percentage of the American people would be necessary to make a major change in climate change and in world hunger?
Good question, madam. Good question. Yes. I'm sure you must have been very concerned in order to think of this question. In all my calculation and insight and humble opinion, in the USA, if we want to make a truly real contribution to halt global warming, then 70% of the population of America should be vegetarian. I hope they will be. The trend is growing, madam. The trend is growing. I hope we will reach 70% pretty soon before the 3 years and 4 months is up. And the more people join vegetarian, the more time we gain to be able to deal with the global warming. And also, vegetarian will stop world hunger as well. You know that.
Supreme Master, I think that wraps up our questions for this panel. Thank you so much, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for your wisdom. Thank you so much, our amazing panel, for their wisdom. We have another extraordinary panel for you on spirituality, why all life is sacred.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you. It's not just wisdom, Jane. It's information. Information that is available nowadays on the internet.
I'm investigative journalist and proud vegan Jane Velez Mitchell, and we are talking about how to save the world. People from all around the world are watching this broadcast, not just on the internet, but on satellite television, more than 14 satellites downloading this around the globe. So you in the audience and you at home, we are changing the world today. We have had amazing discussions so far, and it continues. Now we have a panel about spirituality and diet, and those two things are very, very linked. If you're talking about spirituality, but you're eating fast food and you're eating burgers, something is wrong. We're going to talk about why all life is sacred, and of course, we are, as always, delighted to have with us Supreme Master Ching Hai, the woman who is responsible for this message being spread around the world. Thank you once again, Supreme Master.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, my Lord.
We also have an amazing panel, and I'm very, very delighted to be able to meet in person Lionel Friedberg, who is the Emmy Award-winning producer and director of A Sacred Duty, which is an amazing documentary about the horrors of animal agriculture and really horror is the word. If any of you have ever seen this documentary, it really exposes the toxic secrets and the underbelly of this industry. Also delighted to have somebody who I'm a big admirer of, Dr. Elliot Katz, who is the president of In Defense of Animals, an organization that does so much for animals and really spreads the word about a host of problems involving the animal community, whether it's factory farming, testing on animals, across the board. And finally, once again, we have Dr. Will Tuttle, who is the best-selling author of the amazing book, The World Peace Diet, Eating for Spiritual Health and Social Harmony. As I mentioned, Supreme Master Ching Hai is joining us on an international web and satellite hookup, and we are very much delighted to have Supreme Master participating in this panel discussion.
Thank you, Jay. Lionel, in your opinion, what is the role of religious organizations and their part in overcoming today's dire crisis?
Well, clearly there are many facets and aspects to this whole business of global warming and climate change. And one of the most overlooked, I think, certainly in the media and in the mainstream media we're talking about here, is the matter of ethics and morals. Asking yourself the question, is there anything morally wrong with what we're doing to our world, to our planet, to the species with whom we share it? It really comes down to that. And the fact is that when you go beyond the political arguments and the scientific questions and the engineering aspects and so on and so forth, you really have to get into the profound moral side of global warming if we're going to touch the hearts of people and make people ponder on this on the deepest level. You know, ethics are what drives so much of what we do, and our moral fiber is what lies at the heart of so much of our decision making. If we don't exercise the right decisions in that aspect, what's going to happen? We might get more gas mileage out of an engine, but if we let the polar bears go extinct, what's the point of that? I think we have failed in our mission, and what we'll be left with is a morally bereft and depleted world. And I don't think any of us really want that. So religion, I think, plays a very large role in addressing these issues. I made a film called The Sacred Duty, which was produced for an organization called Jewish Vegetarians of North America. They underwrote the film, JVNA for short. And it dealt with all the aspects that we've been discussing here today, from the agricultural side, from the scientific side, from global warming, carbon dioxide, you name it, everything. But at the end of the movie, we addressed in no uncertain terms that really what it comes down to is what are we doing to those beings with whom we share this world with? And we're treating them pretty awfully. It pulled no punches in showing that. It turned a lot of people away from the film because they didn't want to know about this. They didn't want to deal with that sequence. And so I had to put a menu up front at the beginning of the DVD to allow people to jump over that segment if they wanted to. I didn't want to do that, but I was made to do that because people say, well, I can't show this to kids and I can't show this to my mom-in-law and whatever else. But we have to start thinking about it on that level. You know, we had hoped that with this movie, which was made by a Jewish organization, but it addresses universal issues. It doesn't specifically address Jewish questions. It was made by a Jewish organization, but it looks at what does the Bible have to say? What do the great books of the Bible have to say? The 5 books of Moses. It incorporated texts and quotations from that in order to touch people, because a lot of people go to synagogues and temples and churches and mosques and whatever else, and this resonates with them. And so the film had this religious theme running through it in the hope that we would, reach a very large audience, not only in the Bible Belt, but everywhere. And what we had hoped was that established religion, be it Christianity or Islam or Buddhism or Judaism or Rosicrucianism or whatever, would eventually get together and come to a common platform and start addressing the issues of climate change, of global warming, and of our relationship to ourselves because of the health issues involved, and to the animals that we are abusing so horrifically in labs and on factory farms and slaughterhouses. I don't have to go into details. You all know what goes on. But we didn't reach enough people in the religious community. The religious community has, unfortunately, been very reticent to get together and to address these issues on a common platform. And I still to this day am wondering what that may all be about, why there is such apathy. I do think that in about 100 years, or maybe less from now, we'll be able to look back on this era and wonder how we allowed the Amazon rainforest to go up in smoke, how we allowed the great apes of Africa and Asia to become extinct. How did we allow the coral reefs to appear? Didn't we know what was going on? Didn't those who occupy the platforms, the religious platform, realize what was going on and speak out loudly about it? I shudder to think about what our grandchildren will say to us one day when they say to us, well, didn't you know? But of course, we do know. And I think this is a fundamental issue that should be addressed by the religious community. They are not at this point taking up the cudgels and looking at these issues. And I think we need to break through that barrier. We all know what goes on today. If you look recently at the meat recall here in Chino in California, where 143 million pounds of meat was called back from the school system and supermarkets purely because downed cows, these are cows that are too lame or ill to walk at slaughterhouses, were being brutalized, and therefore their meat was regarded as contaminated. And all this meat was pulled back. So it's not that we don't know what's going on anymore. We do. And I fail to see why we have not been able to break through this barrier of apathy. This is a question I would like to ask Supreme Master later on. Maybe she has some insight into that. It's not that we're dumb or we're not informed. We've been to the moon and back, and we've got little robotic explorers out there at the edge of the solar system. So we have the intelligence to make these moral choices and question these issues, and we're not doing it. So, with all due respect, on behalf of my co-producer of this film, Richard Schwartz, who is the president of Jewish Vegetarians of North America, I would like to use this platform today and issue a challenge to the religious community worldwide through the platform of Supreme Master Television to come together and to start thinking about these issues and to become a little more vociferous about them, a little more vocal. Bring it into the mainstream of religious thinking. Because if we're going to curb global warming and stop some of the horrors that are going on and making ourselves sick, we really need to bring it to the place where a lot of people go, and that is the pulpit. And so, with all due respect, I issue that challenge today. And I'd like to end with a question then to Supreme Master, and that is there any way that we can break through this apathy that is preventing people from taking up this issue and converting to a vegetarian diet when the facts are clear as a bell? We all have access to it now.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Freeberg. Thanks for the honor. I thank you, first of all, for being so concerned. And you are right. I think the religious people and leaders should speak up about this subject, should be taking more of the leading position to help the public understand the great problem that we're facing and the solution to curb the global warming. But it's not going to be that easy or overnight. But I think right now, maybe we can just offer them, the public, the vegetarian diet. Even if the religious leader doesn't help us to give a hand in this, we can go all out and spread the news through internet, through flyers, through media, through television, and through word of mouth. We can offer them all the information that is very up to date now about the climate change and the solution. And right now the only solution, the best, the fastest, and the most effective is the vegetarian diet. That is a major solution to global warming, as per scientific evidences even. I'm not even talking about the moral obligation and the karmic retribution from meat diet. But if we give enough information to the public at large, and if they care enough to forego animal food to save the world, then their heart will have been enlarged enough to be more compassionate toward other species. And then they will understand gradually, naturally also, due to their kind living standard, that to love others is to love themselves. It will be more automatic mental attitude after the majority of the whole planet population turn to vegetarian diet. Now, once we have saved the world, we will have more time to help them to understand in a deeper level about compassion towards animals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai and Mr. Freeberg, for sharing with us. Dr. Katz, could you please share with us your thoughts on how compassionate living drives your own life purpose?
All right. If I could start off, I'd like to read 2 or 3 statements from people who've genius, sensitivity, have motivated me and whose footsteps I've tried to follow, and for my organization, that's the driving force for In Defense of Animals. The first one is a statement by St. Francis of Assisi. It's not to hurt our humble brethren is our first duty to them, but to stop there is not enough. We have a higher mission to be of service to them wherever they require it. The second one is by George Bernard Shaw. The worst sin towards our fellow creatures is not to hate them, but to be indifferent to them. That's the essence of inhumanity. This statement tends to get hidden from the public. There's been art shows around the genius of Leonardo da Vinci. His artwork is fantastic. Thinking futuristically of things he's created. He stated, the time will come when men such as I will look upon the murder of animals as they now look upon the murder of men. And the statement that brings it full circle is a statement by Albert Einstein, who makes it all seem so very relative. Our task must be to free ourselves by winding our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. And that's the statement that ties together now the concern for the well-being of the planet as well as the well-being of the species that inhabit it. Us, the human species, being part of a web of life. And the statement that I'll finish with is by Emile Zola. And he states, the fate of animals is of greater importance to me than the fear of appearing ridiculous. And that's the reason I'm here today. Take that chance. Several years ago, our organization, this is our 25th year for In Defense of Animals since I founded it. My background is as a veterinarian, so I've ministered and cared for and done everything to save lives of animals all my adult life. And the organization has been successful, very successful. We've got some groundbreaking victories. But several years ago I realized that I was only spinning my wheels or doing Band-Aid cures that to stop cruelty and so forth, that unless the paradigm changed, the way we perceive as a species, other species, that it's time that we stop seeing them as resources, seeing them as just commodities, objects, property of things. And as long as that is the main paradigm, that we will always continue to exploit them and harm them and abuse them and not think in terms of them as compassion. And the question was raised before, why doesn't religion do more? Religion, to a great extent, has been the major factor why animals are considered down here and we are considered way up there. And that's because religions, many of them don't believe that animals have souls and we have souls, and therefore, why should we care about these beings that have no souls? And that goes back to the days of Thomas Aquinas and so forth in Western society, to looking at that and saying, why care? The man who came up with what goes on in laboratories, vivisection, Descartes. In his day, they tortured animals experimenting on them because they believed that the screaming of a dog was no different than the ticking of a clock. That animal was simply a mechanical being. No soul, no sensitivity, no intelligence. Well, we've learned differently over the years thanks to people like Jane Goodall. But these are the factors that keep the major separation. And this goes out. So several years back, I started a campaign to change the concept and the paradigm and started promoting the use of the term guardian. So for people who have animal companions, probably maybe some of you have heard already, do your best never to think of yourself as the owner of your animal companion, but as their guardian, their protector. And Mayor Prank of West Hollywood, several years back, they were about the third or fourth city in the United States that changed the term owner in their ordinance to the term guardian. And other cities include St. Louis, Missouri, Bloomington, Indiana, San Jose, San Francisco, Woodstock, New York, Amherst, Massachusetts, state of Rhode Island. And we're hoping soon to have Beverly Hills, to have it happen. We're working on that. So this is critically important. Action follows language. Concepts, what one does, the way one thinks. So as long as people like ourselves don't take the lead and don't think of animals as more than resources, property, commodity, and things, we will just be spinning our wheels. But I would like to say that because of this climate catastrophe, it has brought together people. Up until now, there has been a giant divide between animal protection and animal rights and environmentalism and concern for the environment. And now, because of this audience is made up perhaps of people who haven't given that much thought to the suffering of animals, maybe a little bit, but really haven't put their minds into what goes on in the factory farms and the millions of animals that are killed in the most hideous ways. As a veterinarian, I've witnessed it. Or who were raised in the most hideous ways. But now, because our earth is involved, we have another, in quotes, stake in it, spelled the other way. And on some levels, I'm pleased that this is bringing this together. I have a question to ask you, and that is your thoughts on how to change the paradigm to get people to realize that we are but one species among many, and to give much more consideration to the other species that we share the planet with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You see, you have very good suggestions through your question that we should really change the attitude towards our animal co-inhabitants. Yes. But this will take a little time and a lot of public informing activities in order to change everyone's attitude. Every one of us can contribute our part, whatever way we can, to change the public opinions. I wrote 3 books, The Dogs in My Life, The Birds in My Life, and The Noble Wives, in the hope that I can give as much information as possible to as many readers as possible, so that they understand and accept the fact that our magical animal kingdom has a lot to offer and has a lot in common with us. In fact, some of them are more endowed than us humans. And I have suggested to use the word our co-inhabitants in the Supreme Master TV in referring to our co-inhabitants, animals. And some people already use caretakers, a guardian, a human companion, etc., etc., instead of pet owners. It's a good sign, and I hope this trend will be more common in the future. But even if they say, okay, I'm the owner of the dog, it's just a term to refer to his companion. But if he treats the dogs well, humanly, compassionately, and lovely, then it doesn't matter. We also don't mind. As long as people, mentality have to change. They have to look upon our animal co-inhabitants with all due respect and understanding. The best would be that they can communicate with the animals. But you see, at least if we have domestic animals, we should love and respect them as family members and give them names and comforts and the way we would like to be treated. My books also to let people know that we can really communicate with animals just like the way we can communicate with our family members or friends. Therefore, I even suggest with the Supreme Master Television to list all the animals' psychics, the animals' communicators on the television website and the television screen. People can refer to it and really can test it out. They can call any of these animals, communicators or psychics, and talk to them about their animals' feeling and wants and habits. You can test them even. Suppose these animal psychics never know where you live and never know what your dogs look like even. You just give them the name of your dog. And then he will tell, or the animal communicators, or you call it psychics, can immediately tell you the intimate details about your dog. Then you know that he really knows. And then you can ask them further question about what your dogs want, and is there any question from the dog's part or anything that the dogs request from the companion, the human caretaker. So nowadays, there's no excuse anymore to treat animals the way the majority of us used to do. So it is good that we have a television and good that we list all these communicators, and it's a little good of me to write these books to inform people about what I know about animals through my communication and interaction with them, internally as well as externally. I think everybody should begin to realize that animals really have soul, and they're just like us. They're just like us. They're just different shape. Different shape, just like different flowers. Some big, some small flowers, they're all flowers. And living beings, some big, some small, some 2 legs, some 2 wings, they're all living beings like us. Thank you, sir, for bringing this up and giving me a chance to explain on the. God bless you.
Thank you.
I had the great pleasure of reading Supreme Master's books about animals, and they really are beautiful and spiritual, and they're international bestsellers, which is always a good thing because she, again, is spreading the word about the relationship between people and animals around the world. And of course, this is really all about evolution. When we become incapable of killing a pig or killing a dog, essentially we're going to be incapable of murdering each other and waging war.
That's
so
right.
How do we evolve to that next level?
All right, love. Well, we just have to do it one step at a time. Actually, global warming is a tragedy. But in a way, it has a little positive effect in that people are united together to fight global warming. That's number one. And number two, people are getting more awareness about our co-inhabitants and how we should treat them. So I think that's already half of the next level.
Absolutely.
And the next we will go further and further, yeah, as we work along.
Dr. Tuttle, would you like to weigh on the evolution aspect of this spirituality crisis?
Yes. What I've discovered in my research into this for a long time is that all of us have been born into a culture that has an underlying hidden core that it is taboo for us to discuss. And it's taboo for us to discuss it as a culture because we, at a deep level, feel a lot of remorse and grief over the massive amount of routine brutality that we mete out towards animals for food routinely every day in this culture, for food and also for entertainment and for research. And so it's taboo to talk about this, and I think that's one of the main reasons this conference is so valuable, is that we're actually talking about what is taboo. And there's always this sense in talking about a taboo subject, there's just sort of this quality of, oh no, don't talk about it. But there's also an aspect of, oh wow, this is powerful to talk about, you know, and it's the very hidden shadow at the core of our culture, I believe. And what this core is fundamentally is a mentality of reductionism that we're taught from the time basically we leave our mother's womb and come into this world, and we begin to start eating the foods that we're forced to eat in this culture. After we lose our mother's breast, we're given the flesh and secretions of animals that have been brutalized. And so we're taught from an early age to reduce beings to things, to mere commodities. So it's a mentality of commodification of life. It's a mentality of reductionism. It's also a mentality of exclusion, because we learn early on to exclude certain beings from the sphere of our compassion. And when we do that, we're automatically able to commit violence towards them, because we say something like, well, they just were put here for us to use, or they don't have a soul. And every institution in our culture cooperates in basically ritually injecting this mentality into each and every one of us from the time we're born. The institution of our family, the institution of religion, the institution of education, the institution of the media, government, law, every institution in any culture all work together to basically let that culture reproduce itself, whatever that culture is, whether it's destructive and violent, or whether it's very, wise and benevolent. The institutions in that culture naturally work that way. And so what I realized is that we've all been basically forced into participating in daily rituals of violence that are based on reductionism, commodification, exploitation, exclusion, and fundamentally, I think even deeper than that, of disconnectedness, that we learn early on to disconnect the reality that's on our plate every breakfast, lunch, and dinner from the reality that it actually took to get it onto our plate. So we learn early on through practice the art of disconnecting, and we become masters by the time we're 10 or 12 or 15 years old of the art of disconnecting. And so we can be devastating the rainforest, cutting them all down, destroying them, and we just disconnect and say, oh, it's not really happening. And the oceans are being destroyed, and we disconnect from that. And so I think at the core of this whole fundamental cultural taboo that we're talking about here today is a mentality that our culture yearns at its very soul and core to transcend, to evolve out of. I think that we know at a deep level that our purpose on this planet is to grow and to awaken and to be living blessings in the world, that we're here literally to bless the world and to discover our own unique way of being that blessing. And so this, I think, is really the challenge that we're faced as a culture, and why the greatest thing anyone can do is to become a vegan, because being a vegan is simply taking responsibility for the ripples that radiate from my life into the world, and it's a mentality of radical inclusion. It's saying I am going to include all living beings within the sphere of my compassion. And so it's fundamentally an extremely healing and life-affirming attitude, but it's not more than an attitude, it's actually living it. You can't be a vegan in theory only. It's practical. And that's why I love it so much, is that it's something we actually live and do. And I think on the outside, most people think of veganism as like you're saying no all the time, right? You're saying, oh, no, sorry, I don't eat this, I don't eat ice cream, I don't eat eggs, I don't eat cheese, and no. And people go, oh man, you're really negative, you're just saying no to this and no to that. You won't go to the zoo, But actually, I think it's really important to remember that attitude that seems negative of saying no actually rides on a huge yes, a yes to kindness and compassion and sustainability and freedom and peace and blessing and justice to all living beings. And it's out of that concern that we're basically following a life where we show kindness and compassion to other living beings by refusing to pay our brothers and sisters to do the heartless and brutalizing and demeaning work of killing them. And Martin Luther King said that violence anywhere hurts everyone everywhere. We are all connected. And so I think it's important to remember that if I take out my wallet and I start paying someone to confine a cow or a chicken or to brutalize these animals for food in some way, that I'm actually the one that's responsible for that. I'm paying them to do work that I would never want to do myself. And so underlying this, I think, is really an incredibly positive message that we can transform our culture. In the World Peace Diet, one of the things that early on in the book I talk about is that the last revolution that this culture ever experienced was about between 8 and 10,000 years ago, and I call it the herding revolution, where we basically, actually it started in the country that is now Iraq, started to own animals. The first time people started owning animals, seeing them merely as property. That was the fundamental reduction, and with that came everything else. We started owning human beings, slavery happened, we started having this rich elite that emerged, and they owned the capital. Capital means head, as in head of livestock. So the first capitalism was 10,000 years ago with this wealthy elite that emerged that owned the capital. They wanted more land. They wanted more capital. The fastest way to get rich quick back then was to steal, was actually to go to war and fight against other capitalists to steal their livestock or to win their livestock by defeating them in battle. The very first word for war in this planet that we know of is the old Sanskrit word gavya, which means simply the desire for more cattle. That was the first word for war, and people who lost, basically their livestock became the property of the ones who won, and the men became slaves, the women became concubines, and it was really a brutal time, and it brought out the worst in people. The men had to become hard and tough and brutal and disconnected from their feelings. Women became reduced to mere property that were bought and sold like chattel property. If you look at the very first writings that we have, the ancient Epic of Gilgamesh, the old Sumerian writings, the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Old Testament writings, the first ones, you see by the time the historic period emerged 3,000 years ago, the whole thing is established. There's slavery, and there's women are property, and nature, wildlife, has also been reduced to being the status of mere pests. You know, they maybe will interfere with our livestock, so we want to get rid of them. And whoever owned the most capital, the most sheep and goats and cows, they were the ones who controlled society. They controlled all the institutions. They controlled religion and education. And is it any different today? I mean, why is it that it is still today that making war is the most profitable thing for the wealthy elite? Because we're still eating the same food. At the end of the day, we go home and we eat the flesh of animals that have been brutalized, and we eat the secretions of the same animals that have been brutalized. And so we keep the same institutions in place, and that's the reason we've had so much trouble making any significant progress in this world, and all these efforts for justice and sustainability, because we're still eating the same food. We're still fundamentally reinforcing within ourselves the idea that might makes right, the idea that we can exclude other living beings from the sphere of our compassion, and the idea that war is a good way to make money. And this is underlying this culture. This is the living fury at the core of our culture that no one can look at. It's taboo to talk about this. So once we start to see it, then we get the understanding of the big picture of our culture. Then we realize why veganism is so essential, why it's the most powerful thing anyone can do to bless our world, and why there's nothing more benevolent and more sacred and noble, I think, than anyone can do than to take on the task of spreading this message of veganism. Because at the very core of veganism, the other thing is the domination of the feminine. These animals that are most brutalized in this whole system are female animals. On dairy farms, on factory farms for pigs, chickens, cows, fish, all of this stuff, basically it's the female animals and the female reproductive cycles that are mercilessly dominated. And so we would never be able to do this to these females if we hadn't disconnected from our own innate wisdom and sensitivity that naturally knows that the most sacred parts of our lives, the most sacred things in nature are mothers giving birth to babies, caring for those babies, nursing those babies, nesting. This is something we should have a sense of honor and respect for. And yet dairy farms and all these places, the females are confined, their babies are stolen, we take away their products. And so it not only does it harm them, but it harms us. The ancient spiritual teachings of all the traditions emphasize when you harm someone else, you harm yourself more than you harm them. That whatever we would want most for ourselves, we should give to others. So if I want freedom and peace and joy and love for myself, I'm called to give that to others. If I give to others misery and enslavement and domination, then we end up being dominated. That's why we find more and more our culture, we are becoming enslaved, is because we are enslaving others. If we want to be free, we have to free others. And this is the teaching of liberation that I think we all know at the core of our being. So I remember growing up in Concord, Massachusetts, and I just ate the food, massive amounts of meat, dairy, and eggs. And I remember when I was about 8 years old, I said to my mother, So, is this what everybody eats? And she said, yeah, this is what everybody eats. And then she said, well, there are vegetarians. And, and she said it like, but don't worry, you'll never meet one. They live on another planet. They're like far away and, don't worry. And I remember I grew up and when I was about 12 or 13 years old, I went to this dairy farm. I went away to a summer camp in Vermont, and it was affiliated with a dairy farm that was organic, and this was like in the mid-60s, I guess, or something. And it was so interesting because this is the kind of place you think that nothing but good can come from, right? A Vermont organic dairy farm. And I remember we went down and we were all taught to catch our own chicken and to put the chicken down on this board on the ground and then to put her head between the two nails, and then in your other hand you had your axe and you just cut her head off and she'd run around spouting blood, and then when she expired, we would take her body and we'd put it through the hot water and we would eat the chicken. And I remember as a kid of maybe 12 or 13, I had no problem with that. I had been well indoctrinated. I had gone through 12 or 13 years of intense indoctrination 3 times a day, and I knew, as a matter of fact, that a chicken is just a chicken. It has no soul, and it was put here by God for us to use, and if I didn't eat this chicken or this meat, I would die within 24 hours of a protein deficiency. I'd be dead. So you just have to do it. It's set up like that. And I remember a little later we did the same thing to a cow. A cow wasn't producing enough milk, and we were brought down to this organic dairy, and we shot the cow in the head 3 times with a rifle, and she fell to the ground, and he cut her head off, and the blood was everywhere, and he wiped his brow very calmly and said, you have to do that. You have to cut those arteries while the heart is still beating, otherwise the flesh would be disgusting. We humans would never want to eat it because we don't like soggy flesh. And so underlying and behind the curtain of our culture, there is a massive amount of killing. 75 million animals a day, just in the United States alone, are being slaughtered for food. These are numbers that are mind-boggling. And that's the background of this culture. And unless we begin to look behind the curtain of our denial and come to terms with this violence, not only to the human beings who have to do this kind of brutality on a massive scale and what it does to them. If you just read books about what slaughterhouse workers and factory farm workers go through, the violence, the spousal abuse, the drug addiction, the alcohol addiction, the misery in their lives, about 1 billion people are chronically malnourished and hungry. Another 1 billion people are chronically obese and overweight because they're gorging on grain-fed animals. And the massive devastation to the environment and the disconnectedness underlying that's been injected into us by our culture and by our religion, by every institution, because we don't want to look at this because it goes against our fundamental nature. So the underlying idea is to awaken to our natural compassion. And I think this is the great calling that we all have. This is the underlying benevolent transformation, benevolent revolution, benevolent evolution that our culture yearns for and longs for, and we can see right now, literally, it's on our plate. We now have 3 years and 4 months, thank you, to make the major changes, and I just want to invite all of us in this room and everyone who's listening to this or watching this at any time to go into our communities and spread this message. I was just at a retreat on my book, The World Peace Diet. 40 people went out, and they're now teaching the ideas in the World Peace Diet in their communities. We can do that with all modes and forms of vegan education. It's a grassroots movement. It's not going to be coming probably for a while to the mass media, but it can. But it will when we get strong enough. So keep spreading this wonderful message, and thank you very much.
Thank you. What a fascinating conversation and discussion we're having. If only every human being on the planet could hear this discussion. And as we continue our discussion, Lionel Friedberg, do you have another question for Supreme Master regarding this issue of spirituality and evolution and how we need to regard other life as sacred if we are to survive?
I would like to get some feedback from you as to your audience. Are we actually getting this message through to people? And if so, how are we able to extend? I think Supreme Master Television is a wonderful institution, and I want to commend you from the depth of my heart for what you are doing. How can we get more of this into the world, into society? How can we reach more people? Is there anything that you can advise us on this?
Thank you, sir, for trusting me. We are doing just whatever we can, not just on television, but the people from the association, they're going out of their way, they're printing thousands, hundreds, thousands, millions of leaflets containing the information about global warming, SOS, and the alternative lifestyle of a vegan diet. And they go out, they put the flyers in their pocket, in their handbag, and they distribute it wherever they go, on the bus, on the train, in the restaurant. I even do it myself. Whenever I go out and when I see some appropriate situation, I would also hand out a leaflet about SOS and vegetarian diet. And also nowadays we have emails, we have internet, we do whatever we can. There's no other way that I can even suggest. What you are doing already is very wonderful. And what Dr. Turtle has been doing is wonderful. He wrote books. Some people wrote books. Some people go on TV. Some people go on radio. Some people write articles on the newspapers. Some people go out and distributing flyers. And some people gather information about vegetarian diet and the urgency of our planet, and they just give it to everyone that they can. And that's all we can do for now, sir. Or else I think we can hire an airplane and go in the air and let all the flyers fly down everywhere. What else do you think we should do? Maybe you have better idea. The government must involve. The media must involve, because it should be official, the vegetarian diet. Vegetarian or vegan should be the norm in the society right now, should be the official solution, the immediate solution, the immediate effect for our planet. The government, the media, should please help. Anyway, we could spread out whatever way we can, because if the government and the media doesn't join us, then we're a little bit short and maybe slow, but we do it. We do individually whatever we can. All the vegetarian, vegans, people out there, please just print any leaflet you can concerning urgency of the planet and the benefit of vegetarian diet in connection with saving the planet. Please do it. Please don't be shy anymore. It's time now. I know you don't want to boast about you are being vegetarian, but why not? This is a noble way of life.
Thank you, Supreme Master, for such appropriate advice.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I loved hearing Supreme Master, and as we listen to an amazing panel that we have here today and try to process all of this, it occurs to me that while we are here pushing for evolution and pushing for compassion and pushing for kindness, unfortunately, a lot of the country is being brainwashed by hamburger ads and being conditioned to eat more and more meat. And so I was hoping perhaps Supreme Master could share some of her experience and wisdom about how we get to change the media's outlook so that the mainstream media does promote healthy diet, given all we know about global warming and the impact of a high cholesterol diet on health. How do we make the mainstream media take a fair approach to this issue and not minimize it or ridicule it?
Yes, Jane, I was asking myself the same. But you see, somebody has informed me that the media are sometimes or oftentimes controlled by a big corporate company. And sometimes they are even mid-corporate. So we can go direct to these so-called bosses by approaching them personally, talking to them, or sending them email, giving them leaflets. We change from the root. And once the boss changes, maybe the employee changes. And I also do hope that the journalists, the reporters, the media agents do remember their noble job as informative agents for the people. That's why people buy newspapers. That's why people watch television, because in a daily life, everyone is so busy to earn a living. So they rely on the noble journalism to inform them what's going on the planet. They also rely on the government to do this job for them, to lead them into the right and beneficial direction. Well, just in case some people want to know about how precious our life is and how we are really treating this kind of precious life, I'm going to give you a very brief info. I think you know some of it already, and maybe some of you don't know. Some people out there don't know. So I'm going to inform you about the cost of meat diet in our lives. Apart from costing lives, they are costing a lot of taxpayers' money. And I'm surprised that we are paying all that and no complaint. Hard-earned money just wasted down the drain. According to the University of Pennsylvania and Center of Disease Control and Prevention and the Dr. Colin Campbell, these three agents have told us that the cost of meat for health alone, to take care of the people who are sick because of meat, the cost of it in the United States alone is around 120 to 150 billion of dollars per year. Just to taking care of health-related, how we treat our life. Because we eat meat, we get sick, and then we have to work hard to pay tax, to go to the hospital and get dissected, get probed, and get injected. Okay, now the cost of cigarettes per year for taking care of health-related problem concerning cigarette alone in the United States is 96 billion. The cost of alcohol abuse for the United States alone is 186.4 billion, okay? Up to now, it's all billions. And the cost of drugs-related problem per year in the United States is $181 billion per year. And now the cost of war for a year in the United States right now is $192 billion per year. Add them all together. This is all your money. Down the drain it went. And all this is from the World Health Organization statement, from the White House statement about drug control policy, and from U.S. congressional research about arms control and non-proliferation. It's not for me. And the war, of course, is about weapons yet. It's nothing to do with even damage or rebuilding or helping the wounded personnel and soldiers and innocent civilians as well, etc., etc. So this is really too much. When we think of how we treasure our life, how we want to live long, how we want to be healthy, how we love life as is. Nobody really wants to die. Nobody really wants to get sick. But look at how we treat our life. We poison our system of the body by meat, by cigarette, by alcohol, by drug, and by war as well. This is not the way we should treat the precious life that we got. The more we say we love life, the more we should look at all these facts and turn around. I'm not talking about spiritual yet. This is only the cost of all the poisons that we've been taking into our precious temple of God, which is the body. I'm surprised. How can people don't think about it? All this talk about protecting life and protecting health and all the kind of preventive system to protect the health of the people, it comes to nothing if we continue to poison our bodies with meat, cigarette, alcohol, drug, and making war as well. Because all this money is a waste. We could have had better life for every citizen in the United States if all this spending money were given to them in a better education or helping the underprivileged, building a better school, getting better information for everybody, helping the disabled, helping the terminal ill children, spend it on research for medical treatment, etc., etc. And continue for this trend. One serving of beef, we use 1,200 gallons of clean, good water. One serving of chicken, 330 gallons of water, clean and good. And one complete vegan meal, including rice or bread, and tofu, that is full of protein, and vegetables. It costs only 98 gallons of water. Now we are complaining about shortage of water everywhere on the planet. We're complaining about shortage of food. We use 90% of grain to feed animals instead, and we leave 862 million people hungry. That is on 2008 alone. For the grain that we use for livestock, we can feed 2 billion people, many times over for the world hunger people that we have right now. So I do not understand, truly, from all the intelligence that I have, would somebody explain to me what kind of world we are living in, and what kind of policy we are following, and what kind of kindness we're doing to ourselves and our fellow beings, not to talk about animals yet. Because we cannot even love our own species. So it would be incomprehensible, of course, for many to understand how to love animals. Now you know why. In Ohio alone, the climate change is going to cost that state $1 billion because the water bordering of their state, the lake, will be going down drastically due to climate change. And they will have to rebuild their harbors and infrastructure to meet the new level of water, new demand. So that climate change, it will cost more. And why? Because of meat diet. All we do is just forsake that piece of meat on our plate and replace it with protein from vegetable kingdom. We have food to eat. We have choices, and they are wonderful. They are nutritious. It's not like we don't have choice. We don't have to kill to live. We don't have to degrade ourselves into murderous agent of the planet. We can live and let live. The way it is right now, it seems like we will be working forever busy, just to pay tax. Because we earn the money, and then we have to pay tax so that we can have our sickness repaired, our body checked up, and that not even guarantee that we can live. That is the point. So much suffering, so much medicament, so much blood tests and X-ray and operation and all that. All this doesn't even guarantee that our life will be saved. Due to the way we don't treat ourselves kindly, due to the way that we are taking poison for food. Meat is poison. Scientifically speaking, physically speaking. I am going to leave out the religious aside right now because, people will think I try to convert them. I don't want to convert anyone because the more I convert, the more I have to work on me, yeah? So it's good enough for me if people just go veg, do good deed. That's all I ask. Go vegetarian, do good deed, yeah? Whatever good, you do it right away. Whatever bad, you stop.
Doing good right now, including saving the planet. That means go veg as well. So it's all boiled down to going vegan. Okay, if you cannot go vegan, please go vegetarian first. Because if we don't eat meat, even though we eat cheese, there will be much, much less stock raising.
And it would be much less killing on the planet. And it is the killing karmic retribution that contribute to the danger of our planet right now. But just scientifically speaking, meat eating contributes to 80% of global warming and pollution. So if we just throw that piece of meat out of our mind, then the planet will be saved and you will have a longer life. And mark my word, you will be much happier person. You will be less anxious, sleep better at night. You will have no sickness. If all the planet people go vegetarian, we will have no sickness, almost zero. Because the vegetarian people also get sick sometimes due to their immune system is still not completely recovered because they have not been vegetarian since child, most of them. And then other people who are not vegetarian get sick all the time and then transmit it also to the poor vegetarian people. But if all the people are vegetarian, nobody gets sick. So talking about our life is sacred. It begins with us. Let's begin with the human life. Let's treat us with all kindness and respect to the body that has been toiling day and night for us to enjoy all the pleasures that life has to offer. Let's begin the sacred life with us. Let's begin to treat our life more kindly by turning to nutritious food instead of poisonous food like meat, cigarette, alcohol, drugs. War will stop if we all turn vegetarian, in any case. The best is war stop, also before vegetarian. But if not, the war will stop. Because once we are vegetarian, we know why we are vegetarian. Our heart will be more compassionate, and it's automatically we don't want any war. So it's amazing, that we still can produce children and, do anything else in life for all the poison that we take into our life every day. But would anybody ever stop for a few moments to ponder themselves what kind of world we live in? Is this the kind of world that we want? That's it. That where we have to kill to live, or we have to murder lives in order to survive, or we have to even murder each other to survive. This is not truly the kind of life, the kind of world that we want to live in. We want a better world. We want more compassionate, loving world. So we have to turn around and work to build that world. It's a good thing that we should not be extravagant, yes, but extreme asceticism also very tiring for the mind, and the mind will rebel. Anyway, so we have to treat ourselves nicely, no extreme, because God has created all things for us to enjoy, yeah? Asceticism is not going to save our world, extravagant either. So God has created enough water for us, enough food for us, to last even forever. If we but know how to stop abusing the earth's resources and her sustenance, we should not kill our fellow beings to satisfy our greed. And this is the main point of planetary problem right now. Our overly spending of our moral merit and world resource. All this changing bulbs and new car technology and sparing water, don't take a shower too long and don't turn on the tap water while you're cleaning your teeth. All this is fine, but they are just scratching the itch outside of the sock. It will not ease our itch. It only makes matter temporarily forgotten and cover the real problem and cover the real solution. It just distracts us from our real goal, real solution. Yes, and the planet will get worse if we just keep doing these scratching outside the sock things. Yeah, we have to scratch on the skin if we want to ease our itch. What I mean is, we have to address the main wound. That is the meat production. And everybody who has the chance to know and has the power to know should know by now that meat production is the main cause of global warming. And stop meat eating is the main solution to save the planet. I do not understand why we don't go there. If somebody with intelligence explain this to me, I will be very grateful if I have a good answer for that. Meanwhile, we just have to continue doing what we do, because we need to save this planet to pass on to our grandchildren. If we live the way we do now, meat eating, drug, alcohol, and cigarette, all that, and killing each other, killing the animals, I don't know how we really can answer to our own conscience. I'm not talking about religious obligation, nothing at all. Yeah. Ever wonder what kind of example we want to offer to our children when they grow up? Yeah, from all the goodness, the well manner that we expect from them. Yeah, if we tell them to be frugal, or don't take shower too long, or even don't leave water running while brushing their teeth and all that. And even suppose we don't take bath anymore, even all of us. Suppose we don't brush our teeth anymore. Suppose we don't even drink water. how much water do we save? 30% more or less. What good will that do to us? When we just stop eating meat, then we have 70% plus water to use. You can take as long bath as you want. You can have 3-4 swimming pool in your house. Nobody will say anything. And you will never feel any guilty. You never done anything harm to the planet. Just leave that piece of meat out of your diet. Let peace begin on your table.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for such thought-provoking information.
This is our third and final panel, and we're talking about perhaps the most important aspect of this entire movement, and that is media, transformational media. We have heard the message. How do we get it out effectively to the rest of the world to avert this global catastrophe that we are in the midst of? So we are excited to have three amazing gentlemen with us. Dr. Gabriel Cousins, founder of the Tree of Life Rejuvenation Center. People have gone there to turn their lives around and to turn around their health with a raw vegan diet. John Ross, legendary film producer and founder of Visioneering Group and Global Alliance for Transformational Entertainment. Thank you so much for being here. And Scott Badenoch, who is CEO of Creative Citizen, a leading environmental and social networking website. So these are three individuals who are really changing the world, and in many different ways. We've said the same message over and over and over again. You don't have to be a genius to realize that meat production is destroying the world, destroying our own health, and it's just horribly cruel. Why is it that intelligent people cannot get this message? And that's what we want to talk to these gentlemen about. Dr. Cousins, let's talk about what we're trying to do here and how constructive television plays a role in that.
If we could just stand for a moment and do an om just to kind of quiet our mind.
Let's do it.
So that prayer was about the merging of the heavens and the earth. And it's key to understanding what's going on. First, let's consider that not only is Supreme Master Ching Hai divinely inspired, but we all are. I really thank everybody for coming here and being divinely inspired. The media needs to be divinely inspired. And let's put it that way. And we can say that really Supreme Master TV is divinely inspired. And we need to understand that all the media that's happening now, from our point of view, should be, can be, and is divinely inspired. In 1975, I had a vision from deep in meditation. It said, you should learn to eat and live in a way that supports the spiritual energy. And from that time, 10 books have been written. Notable ones are Conscious Eating, Rainbow Green Life Cuisine, and Spiritual Nutrition. We have now outlined, including all the difficulties people face, and how to be a complete, successful vegan and life fooder. These books are carried in naturopathic schools around the world. It's like, this is what you need to do. You're a holistic physician. You need to do that. And the reason you're doing that actually is, how do we become superconductors of the divine? And the diet that came through was a vegan life food diet. It is the best way, without a doubt, how to become a superconductor of the divine. From that place of awareness comes the deep compassion and love for all creation, for the living planet. We're no longer seeing ourselves as stewards of the living planet, which is also very good, But we are one with the living planet. There's a whole different set of discussion when we have that, a whole different set of understanding. Now, from the position of a holistic physician, a Columbia-trained medical doctor, we're going to talk a little bit and try to understand this in a deeper way. And what we need to understand is global warming, diabetes, are symptoms of a way of thinking in the world we call a predatory way, in which humans, animals, plants, and the living planet are considered as an economic unit to be exploited. I call it the culture of death. Now, we got to have a solution to that. And that's to move into the consciousness of the culture of life. And this is really what Supreme Master TV is about, and really what all our lives are about in a deeper way. And there are two ways of looking at it. One level, we can say, out of our need for survival and our need and our fear of danger and global warming, we're going to come up with, how do we decrease the carbon footprint? Okay, that's very good. But we haven't gone to the deeper level, which is a holistic approach, which says, wait a second, we have to look at our whole lives and turn that around. And the culture of life is about bringing compassion, bringing love, feeling that wholeness, knowing that the animal world is, in essence, omatakiasa, which means all our relationships. We're all related. And if you look deeply in the scriptures, the animals have their souls breathed into them first, as it says in the Torah, what we know as the Old Testament. The souls of the animals came first. And we look at Buddhism, and Buddha in the Sagarma Sutra said, very simply, in the future times, there will be ghosts who will tell you that it's okay to eat meat and be liberated. And he said, this is not possible. One cannot eat the living flesh of sentient beings and be liberated. And keep that in mind. And the Dalai Lama in March of 2005 has committed to being that way, vegetarian. So this is what we're saying. So in the Christian tradition, besides the Jewish tradition that comes out of the Torah, Jesus and all the disciples, as well documented in my book, Conscious Eating, were all vegetarian. Just so we know that the foundation of Christianity, the foundation of Judaism, was that vegetarian diet. Genesis 1:29 makes it very clear. I've given you the seed of every herb-bearing seed on the planet, and the tree of a fruit-bearing tree to be yours for food. What does that mean? It's a vegan diet. It's a live food diet. And it was given to us 6,000 years ago. Or we're just a little slow on the uptake. But it's there, right in front of our face. So it is the dietary blueprint for healing the planet and healing ourselves. And we talked about diabetes. I'll just make a point that the rate of diabetes for meat eaters is 4 times higher. And at the Tree of Life, we are reversing diabetes. It's called unhealable. It is. If you keep eating meat and sugar, it certainly is. But we're reversing it on an average of 21 days, type 2 diabetes. And we got lots of documentation. We're getting more and more. So what we're saying is, change your consciousness, change your lifestyle. And so that's the question we've been dealing with all along here. And the bottom line of that, of course, is a minimum, the vegan diet. It's simply a meat-centered diet is a hoarding of resources that is not only causing economic, ecological disaster in the planet, but it literally is responsible for 40 to 60 million people dying of starvation on the diet. 15 million children a year dying. Even the World Health Organization is saying 29,500 children are dying each day of starvation. The deeper piece is we all have the shadow of the culture of death within us. We all have the shadow. We've got to admit that and be at peace with that. And the work is, how do we move into the culture of life consciousness? because it's not fighting against something. We are moving into a consciousness of the culture of life, of compassion, of love, of our oneness with the planet, that now is what the media can do. And that's exactly what we've done. We've been inspired by Supreme Master TV. We hope many other media networks are. Well, we have created a virtual culture of life community, and you can access it at GabrielCousins.com in a very short time, cultureoflifecommunity.com. And we are talking about alive people, alive relationships, alive parenting, alive planet, alive food, and literally alive building materials and ecology. We actually have been pioneering veganic organic farming. Veganic organic, well, that means we use nothing, no blood meal, no bone meal, and we have an apprenticeship in that. And we're about ready to start a master's program in ecological and live building. The thing that we have seen that's most powerful, once people get the idea that vegan is a good idea, but I'm afraid to do it, is we do these 7-day juice fasts. And we have seen tremendous transformation. In Israel, which actually has the second amount of vegetarians in the world outside of India, we do fasts with 80 people. We know that when people get that they can live without meat, they can then more comfortably make the transition to veganism. We invite you to join the whole transition into the culture of life way of being, so that we can live with love and consciousness and compassion with all of animal life, all of plant life, and all of the living planet. And understand at the deepest level, we are not stewards. We are one with the living planet. And may everyone here be blessed that all our actions are based on that shift in consciousness. The most important thing for the media is help people create a new morphogenic field that supports the shift in consciousness to a vegan culture of life consciousness. Thank you very much.
Dr. Gabriel Cousins, do you have any question for Supreme Master?
Yes, I do, actually. We understand that veganism is clearly a major lifestyle change. What other lifestyle and consciousness change would you recommend? One other one that you would recommend is most important to make that change into the culture of life?
Thank you, Dr. Cousin. You know already, veganism is just one of the aspects of our lives. The next one, together with veganism, we should also develop spiritual practice. Yes. And then because the more we dwell deep into our great self, the more knowledge we have, the more wisdom we will gain. And then nobody need even to tell us anything. We will go in the right direction in life. And then once we go into the right direction, everything else will be correct. So spiritual life is very essential. But I'm afraid that that probably is the next phase after vegetarianism. First, people have to open their heart to be compassionate to all beings, meaning forsake meat eating and returning to the noble way of life, the vegetarian diet. Then after that, the heart will be more open. And then the next, we can probably suggest more spiritual development. Even if they did not want spiritual development per se, after being vegetarian for a while, they will also become somewhat spiritually elevated. And maybe they would want to search more understanding about this subject and go deeper into enlightenment. Yeah, that's what I hope. And that's what I think.
We are delighted to have with us today John Ross, legendary film promoter and founder of Visionary Group and Global Alliance for Transformational Entertainment. Tell us how you are shaping the world, John, in terms of how you're using the media to try to bring a message of peace and compassion.
Thank you. Well, first off, I want to thank everybody for being here today. And I'm very humbled to be in the presence of such amazing consciousness and presence. And this is a really exciting time because the nature of media is changing. People are the media today. And we no longer rely only on television, radio, newspapers, and such for our information, but we rely on one another, most importantly. The technical term is word-of-mouth marketing. And it's the very best, but it's also the hardest to achieve. And I think that's something that people have been alluding to today. How do we accomplish many of the ideas that we've been speaking about today? And in 1991, my company had the honor to work on a film called Mind Walk that some of you may be familiar with. And yes, it's a great film. And Mind Walk has been called an eco-spiritual version of My Dinner with Andre. And it explores a kind of systems view of the world. And when I was thinking about this presentation today, I pulled out the script because I remembered a line from the movie, and the line is, "Healing the universe is an inside job." And I changed it to "Healing the environment is an inside job." Because to me, that idea expresses a connection between our inner state or consciousness and transformation, personal responsibility and action in the outer world. And I view media as a kind of link that can connect those two and can facilitate this. So we've been involved in the marketing of a number of films like What the Bleep Do We Know and Peaceful Warrior and 11th Hour and the last Francis Ford Coppola film, Youth Without Youth, which is really quite an extraordinary piece of work. And we've noticed over the last several years that there is such great interest in transformational media. And I use the term media in the broadest and deepest sense of the word. So we've been slowly working within Hollywood to try and help Hollywood understand that there is, in fact, an audience for films and television programming in particular. When What the Bleep was first shot, every distributor in Hollywood said no. There isn't a market for this film. No one will pay $5 to see it. And our position was, well, just because you don't know the audience doesn't mean we don't exist. And they said, prove it. So we did. And after a few $1 million of box office, of course, the distributors, came knocking on the door and saying, well, we can work with you now. We ultimately did work with the distributor. And I think one of the reasons for that was because it's important to build bridges with the media, whether it's a distributor or a television company or what have you. We've got to start bringing our consciousness, our sensibilities of this into the mainstream. Many people are not aware, but the media operate according to a set of values. And one of those values is typified by the expression, if it bleeds, it leads. Negativity is one of the top media values. And as is celebrity. We live in a celebrity-oriented culture. And these are the kinds of values that the media are promoting. And we all need to work to help foster and facilitate a new set of media values. There's a lovely expression, only a new seed will yield a new crop. And if we want the media to begin expressing new ideas, new visions, new models, then we have to be the ones to bring these to them. When I started 20 years ago knocking on the doors of the media, And I would bring up such ideas as meditation, yoga, vegetarianism, the environment. I'm quite certain that they thought I was from another planet, as many people do today. And yet, after 20 years, we just keep knocking on the door. And little bit by little bit, the media are changing. This has brought about a realization that we need an organization which we've started, called GATE, which stands for the Global Alliance for Transformational Entertainment. And the idea behind this organization is to bring together those conscious people within the entertainment business, on the creative and the business sides, people who understand consciousness, who understand transformation, and invite them to this forum to learn, to talk, to share ideas, resources, projects, money, and what have you, to help give birth more easily to these kinds of projects in the context of the mainstream entertainment business. So our plan now is to hold an inaugural meeting of GATE in the fall, and the title of the presentation is going to be Transform the World by Transforming Media and Entertainment. What we want everyone to do is to come together and begin talking about media values, the need for new media values. And I want to also mention, at one point I was speaking with Fritjof Capra, the Tao of Physics, the Turning Point, and he mentioned something in some correspondence that I think is really important. Imagine if instead of only or primarily using a rational, analytical, reductionist, linear mindset to create the news, what if we used an intuitive, holistic, nonlinear, and synthesizing mindset? There are so many projects in the world today, worldwide, and as I've traveled around opening films, and I work with Eckhart Tolle and seeing the response to the Eckhart Tolle Oprah webcast, 20 million people. As I see this happening, it's clear and evident that the level of consciousness has sufficiently risen that we want more than what Hollywood and the corporate news media have given us to this point. So things are changing. I feel very optimistic. And I'd like to, because you've all been extremely patient today, and I'm sure we could spend the next 2 weeks discussing these various issues, but I want to ask you to think about this, to listen to the media within. A vital source of wisdom is the media in each of us. Dreams, reflections, imagination, experience, revelation, reason, insight, emotion, intuitions, and inspiration. And while we may draw our data from the outside world, it is our internal processes that give it value. So in this information age, which is just a big cacophony, don't overlook the richest source of any age, and that's us. That's each of us in media. So thank you.
Supreme Master Ching Hai, would you like to weigh in on the issue of transformational media?
I think he's right. It's very good, Mr. Chandra. Very good idea. Very positive direction. It's very inspiring to hear you. Yes. It is true what he said, huh? Okay. Nowadays we have internet, we have email. So I think he's right. We could become ourselves the media that we would like it to be. So it's very good idea. Very good idea. So all of us can become journalists now. In the CNN system, they also have the iReport. And the people who watch the television, they report it themselves. So why not? That's why I said we all go out of our way, print all the information that we get about the urgency of the planet and the solution to save the planet. We do the media task. Very good, Mr. John. Mr. John. Continue doing that. Thank you so much. By the way, are you a vegetarian?
Yes.
Right. Wow, I knew it. Bravo! Why I asked, because you are so enlightened, and the way you talk is very spiritual conscious, so I thought you must have been vegetarian sometime before this. Thank you so much for walking the talk. They're beautiful people today, aren't they? You collect all the beautiful people. I'm so glad to know them. Thank you, Jane. It must be your attraction. You're like a magnet.
Thank you so much, Supreme Master. And now we have Scott Badenoch, Chief Executive Officer of Creative Citizens.
Thank you. It's obviously been an extremely informative day. It's ironic that we're here in Hollywood, the land of dramatic plot lines, where we happen to have the most dramatic plot line in the history of humankind. It's quite a fascinating time to be alive, and climate change in reality is the most critical issue in the history of our species. And we are going to either evolve or we're going to go the way of the dinosaur. Now, I'd rather this be in movies than in real life as well, but the fact of the matter is, and if you look at all the scientific data from the top to the bottom, this is not a 50 to 100 year horizon of a problem, this is 3 to 5 years. So the time to act is right now, and the time for a massive holistic change is right now. So what I like to say is that every single facet of our society will be rethought through the lens of sustainability. So this is not just about being a vegetarian or a vegan. This is about rethinking every single thing that we do in our daily lives, in our businesses, at home, at our offices, in every single facet of our lives. And if we do not do that, we will not solve this problem. Now, while we also have the biggest problem in the history of mankind, we also have the greatest tool in the history of mankind, which is the internet. So this tool, which brings together the ability to collaborate, mobilize, and disseminate, is really going to be the savior, or can be the savior, for our human species. It's in reality the greatest asset of this period of transition that we have, where working together is now easier than ever before. So the thesis statement is that we must transition our society from one that is at odds with nature to one that is in accord with it. And fortunately, if there is a method to do that, that is through grassroots methodologies, which we've all forged for decades, and now we have a mechanism to really do it. So you look at the successes that have happened in the space. For instance, Wikipedia. Wikipedia now reaches 683 million visitors annually, twice the United States. They have over 10 million articles in 253 languages. And this all took place in 7 years. This is unprecedented in the history of humankind. This is real serious stuff. It's also been proven to be more accurate than the static encyclopedias like Encarta and Encyclopedia Britannica, because it can be updated live time. So dinosaurs are going by the wayside. Now we look at things like Facebook and MySpace, and a lot of times they're scoffed at as toys or kids' things, but the ability to mobilize and unify the human species through mechanisms like those is really incredible. You look at Facebook, it has over 80 million users in the space of 4 years. 80 million people in 4 years. This is not small stuff. Then you look at MySpace, they have over 150 million users in 5 years. They have 200,000 new users every day. 200,000 new users every day. This is massive. You look at YouTube, they have over 100 million videos. giving the ability to disseminate information and ideas whole new levels of success. So tapping into those models was the creation of CreativeCitizen.com, and I like to call it the wiki for green living. So what we've seen is this drastic increase in awareness amongst the public that there is a massive problem called climate change, resource depletion, whatever you want to call it. We have, as a species, outstripped the supply on this planet. So what do? Well, there's lots of things we can do. So our mission as CreativeCitizen.com is to provide the community at large with the tools to disseminate immediately actionable and tangible creative solutions for more environmentally friendly life. Now, creative solutions are anything from products and services to habits that cost you nothing. So what we do is we show you the tangible benefits of these things, from turning the water off while you brush your teeth to installing solar panels and everything in between. Again, every single facet of your life can be rethought with a creative solution. So what we do is then also help you track in terms of 5 categories: waste, water, energy, emissions, and money, the real savings that result from these things, so that this whole green thing is not so innocuous to people. It starts making real sense. When you find out that turning the water off while you brush your teeth, which couldn't be any simpler, it takes that, saves 3,000 gallons a year per person. That is not a small amount. You extrapolate that times 4 people in a family, you got 12,000 gallons of water. This is for real stuff. Now, if you do 20, 30, 50 things like this that cost you nothing, and you end up saving massive amounts that take multiple cars off the road, more cars than you actually use in your daily life, and end up saving you $500, $1,000, $5,000 a year from the resources you would have been wasted, now we're starting to reach demographics. So what's been missing in this market is that there hasn't been a way for people to reach digestible actions that they can do right now. That is what CreativeCitizen.com was created to do. Now, to get back to going vegetarian, the reality is if you are only to do one thing in your daily life to become more environmentally friendly, that is to be a vegetarian or vegan, really a vegan.
To quote somebody who we all think is pretty smart, Albert Einstein, nothing will benefit human health and increase the chances for survival of life on Earth as much as the evolution to a vegetarian diet. This is Albert Einstein. Nothing will benefit human health and increase the chances for survival of life on Earth as much as the evolution to a vegetarian diet. What more needs to be said? Now, there are many different means to get this information out to the public. Dr. Tuttle's book, The World Peace Diet, is incredible. David Gershon's book, Low Carbon Diet, is also incredible. I suggest that all of you pick up 1 or 2 of those. And the reality is that meat feeds few at the expense of many. While we could be feeding ourselves and others with grain, we're instead feeding grain to cows. This makes no sense. Some of the stats that have been said today that are really crucial are that 16 pounds of grain goes to create 1 pound of meat. That is not a good equation. The idea that I like people to really consider is that for every serving of meat that you sit down at your dinner table and eat, the grain and cereals that went to feed the animal that created that meat could have fed 45 to 50 people. So when you sit and look at that one helping of meal, that one burger at the one restaurant, think about 45 or 50 people with empty bowls standing around you, hungry. That's really what's going on. There is no disconnect anymore. The most stark fact that I think that I've read and come across, and Supreme Master actually mentioned it earlier, I'm not sure if you guys picked up on it, but in America alone, the amount of grain that is used to feed just the cows in America would feed 840 million people. That is more than the entire population of starving people on the planet. So let's get real about this. Just in America, just the cows that we feed the grain would solve starvation worldwide. So the idea that what's on the end of your plate doesn't matter and is disconnected can't exist anymore. So what we do at Creative Citizen is, especially for Americans, a phased approach to becoming a vegan is very important. I've been a vegetarian for 5.5 years and grew up in Chicago. It's really tough to not eat meat when you live in a place like Chicago. And so I phased it out slowly, and actually it wasn't that slow, but the reality is I took steps to get there. And so what we have on Creative Citizen are different creative solutions that people can do in regards to eating a plant-based diet. First is eat less beef. Okay? You don't have to eliminate everything immediately. Eat less beef. Then the next is eat no beef. Then the next is eat just fish. Then the next is full-on vegetarian, and then finally vegan. And so this, especially for Americans who are extremely entrenched in a meat-eating diet, this is a way that people can really get out of that trap and get into a healthy lifestyle, and at the same time save an incalculable amount of resources for the rest of humanity. Supreme Master's got a really cool, convenient method, which is a good place to start, where you take 10 days out of a month off. So if you want to do 10 days in a row, it's kind of like a long fast, or if you want to do every third day, or weekends, or whatever the case may be, this is a way to help you realize that you don't actually need to eat meat, which is really the most difficult mental barrier for people to get over. And infusing it 10 days a month, I think, is a very effective method. So all in all, I'd like to really get us back to the reality that having dominion over plants and animals means stewardship. That is the real definition. That's the real translation of that word. It's stewardship. It's not kill it, eat it, and destroy it. So, and then beyond that, that vegetarianism and veganism is a very wonderful thing when it comes to the environment, but there are infinite amount of creative solutions that you can tap into in your daily life. And that it is time now for our human race to act. We cannot wait for governments. We cannot wait for big business. We cannot wait for our neighbors. We must begin now. And it's time for the individual, each and every one of us, to stand up and make that change. And once we individually do that, one by one, the globe as a whole will shift. So I encourage you all to go to creativecitizen.com and really begin to infuse these things into your life and realize that there are so many things that it is absolutely unacceptable to say it's too big for me and I can't do it. It is every facet of your life, and you can do it. And frankly, we must.
Yes, we must. We must. Just like he said, we must do it. Either that or we will perish.
Thank you. Thank you. We have one last set of questions from the audience, and the first is from a professional stuntman, Robert Alonzo.
Master Ching Hai and John Ratz. How can artists and entertainers use their influence to make living sacred and preserving life cool and in style? Are celebrities a key element in the evolution of humanity to a world of peace and compassion? Thank you.
Oh, I let John answer. He's smart and cool.
Thanks a lot. There are a lot of parts to that question. I personally feel that in our particular culture, we place too much emphasis on celebrities and not enough on people such as Supreme Master who are out there doing the good work. It's a big, big population, and there are a lot of people doing good work that are not recognized.
Sure.
And that's what when I speak of a shift in media values, we need to start honoring more everyday people who are doing good work and holding them out as models so that I don't think there's anybody in this room who doesn't find it very, very fascinating and helpful and inspiring when we hear of people, whether in India or Africa or Europe or other countries, that are, individuals who are out there on the streets connecting with whatever the problem is and working to make it better. And the way that celebrities can be helpful in that regard is that, I kind of look at them as transitionary. Because right now, many people do still pay attention to celebrities. And until we shift our consciousness and shift our orientation to what we truly value, celebrities can be there to give their stamp of approval, if you will. I can give you one example. My friend Jim Carrey is very much at the forefront of activism. He was a very big supporter of Aung San Suu Kyi. And he's working now, I didn't know this, and some of you probably do, that rice crops contribute a huge amount of methane in the environment. And Jim is now working on some sort of a rice project that will create a type of rice that doesn't outgas as much and contribute to the methane problem. So celebrities are valuable in terms of giving, at this point, a kind of stamp of approval. But I feel, again, we need to phase that out and bring all of us and other people around the world who are brothers and sisters doing this work into focus for others.
Our next question comes from Spice Williams Crosby.
I am Spice Williams Crosby, and outside of being an actress and a stunt woman, a martial artist, I am a 30-year food-combining organic vegan. And I also was the first vegan bodybuilder to squat 315 pounds and bench 235 drug-free and animal-free.
Wow. Wow.
It can be done.
Look at her.
Master Ching, hi, ni hao ma.
Ni hao.
I'd like to make a statement first that America is #1 in cancer, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and osteoporosis, and medical treatment here in our country is the 3rd biggest killer. I believe that diseases grow out of a toxic environment, and yet our FDA, our pharmaceutical companies, and our food companies continue to pollute our world and our bodies with their so-called approved chemicals, all in the name of science. I'd like to introduce my son, Luke Gregory Crosby, and he will ask the question.
Hello, my name is Luke Gregory Crosby. I'm the great-grandson of Bing Crosby.
Wow, hello.
I'm 13 years old, and I've been a vegan for my entire life. I study martial arts, Shotokan, and I've never been vaccinated and everything. But when I was 18 months old, I got the Coxsackie virus from a newly vaccinated child, and from that, I got type 1 diabetes. But my question is, being a vegan keeps all diabetics' blood sugar regulated. How come doctors don't tell people about vegan, like diabetics, for instance, about vegan diets to keep their blood sugar regulated?
Beautiful, Luke. I'm so sorry. You don't need vaccination, but another vaccinated person could even infect you with this trouble of diabetic. Now, you're right, Luke. I think the doctors should inform all their patients about the helpful factor of being a vegan to cure diabetic as well as to prevent it, to further development. But maybe they don't, or some of them do, or maybe most of them don't. I think maybe they don't know it, Luke. Maybe they don't know about vegan diet that helps diabetic people. Vegetarianism
is still not as fashionable as gene, perhaps. So what we do is we can put this in our website on the suprememastertelevision.com for people to look up to. And you or yourself or anyone here or anyone out there, you please put it on your website as information for the diabetic people, yeah, so that they know they can cure themselves by turning into vegan. Thank you, Luke, for the beautiful information. And you look beautiful yourself. Your mother must be proud.
There is a book that just came out this year that I wrote called There is a Cure to Diabetes. And yes, we are talking about veganism, but we're actually talking, the fast track is live food veganism, where we're reversing it in 21 days.
Wow.
Type 2. Type 1, what we see is, generally speaking, at least a 75% decrease in insulin need on this diet. So that's very significant because insulin has a lot of problems. Now, just for the fun of it, I want to note that Gabriel here has been 25 years on 99 to 100% live food. When I was a meat-eating captain of an undefeated football team and could do 70 push-ups, at the age of 65 years ago, I did 601 push-ups and a lot more flexible. So there's something to be said about the more than anti-aging effects of this kind of diet. Now, I want to talk about vaccinations just for a moment. It's just part of the culture of consciousness. The main cause of polio has been, and admitted by the people who developed the vaccine, has been actually the vaccine. And they make this thing about everybody has to be vaccinated. The truth is, people can catch, particularly SV40 virus, we don't want to get too technical, from other people, which is a cancer-causing virus. And then one correction, the main cause of death today is iatrogenic medicine. Number 1, not number 3. Carolyn Dean in her book about that. So we need to be aware of that. But the main thing, getting back to the details, also I'm going to say that vaccinations increase your rate, according to the research done in Finland and Denmark, approximately, I hate to say this, 147% of getting type 1 diabetes. Now, we have seen some healing. We've got 4 or 5 cases of type 1 diabetes that have completely healed. And our movie that's come out, which is naturally, simply raw, There is Reversible Diabetes, we actually had somebody cure on our movie, which is unexpected. But we have 4 or 5 cases. We can't consistently talk about it. For type 2 diabetes, we're talking 95% of the people reversing in 21 days to maybe 6 weeks to 3 months. So it's very exciting because we are turning on the anti-aging and anti-diabetic genes by this way. The veganism is good. Live food is dramatically better, and you can find out about it at, again, GabrielCousins.com. We have all that information. And the book, There is a Cure for Diabetes. But the big thing is the veganism is one of the main ways of preventing diabetes. Meat eating increases the rate of diabetes about 3.8 to 4 times. So we just need to keep it in mind. But it's a symptom, again, of the culture of death way of life, as is vaccinations. And we're all talking about shifting the consciousness that says, hey, we're one with the living planet, and we start doing things in a natural way. In Ayurvedic, we call it, we stop doing crimes against wisdom. And diabetes is a way of living in a way that we're not creating crimes against wisdom that create global warming and indeed create a tremendous amount of chronic disease on the planet. Thank you for asking the question.
Well, thank you very much for such a fascinating question and some interesting answers. We have one last question from the audience, and it will come from Lance Webster.
I'm Lance Webster, the administrator for Earth Communications Office. From the early 1990s through a couple of years ago, we produced a series of public service announcements that have been seen by over 1 billion people worldwide in most of the major languages of the United Nations on environmental issues. And my question is, if we were to produce more materials, or if the media in general were to focus on a particular area, I'd like to ask each of the three panelists very briefly to say, what would you recommend for media focus? Could be governmental issues, could be technology issues, could be economic issues or spiritual issues, or a combination, or can you phrase, each of you, very briefly, what direction you think the media should go in order to create the kind of change we need to see in the world?
So the first thing we want to play with, and it starts really with what John said, there's another media, okay? And that media is our own frequency of our DNA. It's the DNA internet. And when we are conscious, we are communicating a level of consciousness, a holographic experience of a deeper reality. So when we create the holographic experience of peace within ourselves, it goes out all over the planet. It actually even affects the amount of sunspots. When people meditate on each equinox and solstice, literally what happens is the sunspots decrease by 36%. So don't think that we have the most powerful media that's inside of us, and it's the frequency of our DNA. It comes from our state of consciousness in our heart and our mind becoming one. So that's the ultimate media. It's the consciousness of the people creating the media that needs to be changed. And when we have people like John Ratz who have been that way for a while, it's great. And we need more people in the media who go in with consciousness and hold that consciousness. Because the truth is, there are so many people, and that's what John Ratz's work has shown, who want to get a deeper insight, but because of the economic needs, which is wealth for the few and ill health for the many, they're not allowing that truth to get out. But if we have the spiritually inspired, divinely inspired media, they will still do this because they will be able to communicate that truth on every level. So beyond a particular topic, the truth will be communicated as on a consciousness level, whatever topic we're talking about.
Briefly, my general operating principle, as much as possible, is don't chase the media, be the media, and operate according to the principle of the highest first, which means go for that, whether it's a cause or, most importantly, consciousness and transformation itself. Let that be your guiding principle for selecting your approach, your tactic, your strategy, and so forth. So, there's so many issues, and it's mind-numbing, and maybe you even know the term compassion fatigue. There's just so much to do, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. So how do you choose? Well, align with what you feel inside. Align with your intuition about what you should follow. And don't chase the mainstream media, but be the media. Use the internet because it's the most effective tool right now for effecting social change. And there are so many ways of using the media from a marketing and public relations and publicity standpoint, as you know. And I feel that that's one of the best ways to marshal mass consciousness right now. A minor example, there's a movie in development right now called The Shift. As soon as the trailer for The Shift got out, there were hundreds of thousands of people worldwide who saw it. And the movie is profiling those individuals, companies, and organizations that are creating the shift in the world. Not waiting for the mainstream media to report on it, but saying, look at what these people are doing. And there's tremendous support for it. And so just use your heart, your intuition, your consciousness to promote itself, consciousness and transformation, and whatever the manifestations of that are for you, go with that.
Very good, very good. Very good. Very good, John. Mr. Russ, very good.
So, as you can tell, conscious media is being taken care of. John Rotz and the Elizabeth Estradas and Daryl Merchant's Elevate Films, Free Range Studios. These people are doing it, and they're doing it very, very well, and I look forward to seeing what they come out with in the future. The one take that I would have is sort of practical stuff. And while it's very clear that if people shift their consciousness, they will also become sustainable in their daily lives, because the first step is consciousness. But also, I think there's a big gap for people, especially in certain areas of this country, that it's kind of hard to take that leap from totally unconscious to conscious. So I think that, giving people sort of solutions, the stuff that we focus on, stuff that's really practical for them and realistic. And so we're actually working with Free Range Studios to come out with a movie about creative solutions, things that people can do in their daily lives, save the environment and themselves. And that's one area that I would really like to target, a demographic that's still a long way away from being truly conscious. But I have faith that the rest of it is in very, very good hands.
Answers from our panel, and now we do move on to Supreme Master and her closing thoughts. Well, we're hoping to have you sum up the conference. We've covered so much ground. We've covered spirituality. We've covered the global warming crisis and the connection to the food consumption habits of Americans and the rest of the world. We've covered a transformational media. What's the commonality there? How do we sort of compress all this so that we can take it away with us?
Good question. Jane and all the distinguished people, I am a very simple woman. We can only say that everything takes so long. To get the media involved in this maybe take some time. To have the technology for sustainable energy takes sometimes. To invent new cars, less pollution and all that, and the production of it takes long time, longer than several years. And we have not many years. That's why I have only one solution for everything. That is the vegan diet. Well, just say vegetarian diet. If people eat now and again a little dairy product, please don't scold them. It is some bad karma there, but if people do not concentrate the cow in the factory farming, just let them roam around like old time in the big meadows, just a few here and there, like family business, one or two. When you have a cow as a pet, he will also give a little milk. And if you use that a little bit, that is not a great sin. The sin is to abuse them and make them produce so much that they could not even stand up. So now, if people agree to be vegetarian, I'm already very grateful. And once all of us, or at least the majority of us, become vegetarian, then the bad karma of the planet will change. The pattern of our destiny will change. And everything will become better. And we will invent much, much better things for our comfort without costing the earth. And vegetarian diet will stop the global warming immediately, almost 2 weeks until 2 years, that's the maximum. Within 2 years is a maximum. Otherwise, if we all become vegetarian, or almost all of us become vegetarian, it takes maybe 2 months or 3 months to see the effect right away. Like the ice will go back to where it was, the earth will cool off again, and our life will be much more in abundance, and war will stop. Everybody will think completely differently. They will treat each other completely differently, because the compassion in their heart will return to its pristine power again. Right now, because of all this meat and poison, drug and cigarette, alcohol, the compassionate nature of people are being suppressed by the heaviness of the negative power that we have generated by using this poisonous stuff, especially the killing energy. That is the worst thing we can do to ourselves. So I have only one solution, that is being vegetarian. And the sooner the better. And then everything else we will have time to take care. We will have time to develop different technology. We will have time to invent new cars. We will have time to tackle many other things that right now is not that urgent as the planetary warming, because truly it might destroy the whole planet, and we will all go. Well, I don't mind going. It's just that how about the other people who like to live, who want to live on this planet, because they do not know yet there's another place that they could go. And if they die in such a situation, it's very difficult for their spiritual upliftment. And this is still a very beautiful planet. It's still repairable. So just one request, vegetarian diet. Then everything else we will have time to do and to think of. Very simple. 80% of global warming is caused by meat eating. So 80% of global warming will be solved by turning away from meat diet and adopting vegetarian diet. Now, another 20%, it is no problem really. Even if we still keep the cars, airplane, train, and take a lot of shower, it doesn't matter that much, because only 20% of pollution, only 20% of damage, the earth can take care for us. Truly like that. So just spread out the vegetarianism, spread out all that information about the benefit of it. And that's the best thing we can do for the planet and for our children. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for your trust and your love for me. I wish all of you all the best. And God bless you in your mission.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai. I'm speaking for Donald, I'm sure. I'm humbled and honored to have had the privilege of emceeing this amazing event and meeting so many wonderful, evolved people. It gives me hope, because sometimes I do get depressed about what's happening in the world today. There's a lot of reasons for hope. As we wrap up tonight and conclude, let me tell you that here in California, there's a proposition on the November ballot called Prop 2, which is the Prevention of Farm Cruelty Act, which will ban pig gestation crates, veal crates, and battery crates. And it's on the November ballot, so you can vote yes on Prop 2. And this weekend, we are holding parties all across. I'm holding one with 375 RSVPs in Beverly Hills tomorrow, where people are coming together, and all of Hollywood is coming there to say we want to do whatever we can to stop this cruelty. So we are caring people. We are going to turn this around, and we can solve all these problems, literally waking up tomorrow and not only going vegan ourselves, and I'm vegan, I hope most of the people in this audience, raise your hand, are you vegetarian or vegan? How many of you? Okay, right there, that's great. And I'm sure the rest of you after this are on your way. On your way. So I'm filled with hope, and I have a renewed sense that we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to make this world a compassionate place and a compassionate planet, right? Let's do it.
And on behalf of the rest of the Canadian team who came down to help us with this event this weekend, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Supreme Master Ching Hai for giving us this opportunity, and to our incredible Los Angeles host. We appreciate everything you've done and wish you all the very best in taking what you've learned today out and expand it around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Really, thank you. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, all the MC. Thank you, all the hosts, the panels, great personage. We thank you all. Thank you, the organizing people as well. God bless you all. Goodbye now. So long, and please be a vegan if you're not yet. Try it. It will help you to see the world in a different perspective and to be closer to heaven. Just envision for me at least the world in which all beings live without fear of one another. We will all be vegan, and we all live in happiness and blessing from heaven. God bless you. Vegetarian vegan should be the norm in the society right now, should be the official solution, the immediate solution, the immediate effort for our planet. The government, the media, should please help.
It has been a pleasure to have you with us for the rebroadcast of the live Climate Change International Conference on today's Words of Wisdom. Models of Success is up next, right after Noteworthy News, here on Supreme Master Television. Farewell and God bless.